We're gonna kind of do things out of order, just because, what the hell? All right, please speak into the mic. Good? All right, call to order the September 17th, 2019 meeting of the North Andover Planning Board. All right, we're gonna go a little bit out of order tonight. Yeah, sorry about that.
Not scoring any points.
Okay, well, the agenda is not put in any order to be done. We're gonna do it in the way that I think will get the most stuff done in the most expeditious manner. So, we're gonna start with, so Monica, 0 Great Pond Road, or is that, are we gonna continue that, or withdraw, what are we doing?
We're going to withdraw that from the agenda. She will be filing.
Okay. 0 Great Pond Road is gonna be withdrawn. And she'll probably file for a common driveway permit.
Exactly.
Okay, great. 1210 Osgood Street, Princeton Development LLC, request an insubstantial change to allow for phased leased operations in the residential buildings. Are they here? Not here yet? I don't think they're. Okay, that's fine. Verizon Wireless, are they here? Let's do that one. 315 Turnpike Street, Verizon Wireless, pre-application conference under section 195 8.45 B and C for the construction of rooftop wireless facility. Hi.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for taking us early. Hopefully we'll be quick.
That's why we took you early.
My name is Victor Manugi, and I'm with McLean Middleton Professional Association, appearing tonight on behalf of Selco Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless. I have with me, behind me to my left, Steve McGovern. He's with SAI Group. He's the site act for this site in case there's any questions that I can't handle. And what we're doing is our installation is at the Rogers Center at Merrimack College. And tonight we submitted the zoning drawings that we currently have, as well as the photo sims that we did for a pre-application conference under your bylaws 195-8.45. When I looked at the photo sims, there's, I want to say 6. 2 views, clearly you could see it looking straight on from the angles you're on. The other 4 views, as we scroll through them, the first one you can clearly see. Sorry, I'm going too fast. If we can go to the next screen. Okay, so that's so this is, now keep going. This is as is now. The next one shows, oh, it went too fast. Just back one, there you go. So this is the view from location 1, clearly visible. And it shows the 4 30-inch fiberglass stacks that we're proposing, and they're going to be painted white because there's similar stacks on the adjacent science building at the school property. So we're hoping that that'll take care of our camouflage requirement. And if you go on to the next picture, please, location 2, clearly not visible. I don't know if the leaves are off, if it'll be visible. The next one is location 3, right there without it. And then if you go to the next one, you can sort of see it behind, it was there, but we couldn't see it. It's hidden behind the branches. Right there, it's white, so it's kind of hard to see white on white. I apologize. Location 4 is the next one, and again, it's going to be clearly visible from this one because it's on the, you're looking at it from an angle that there's no obstruction. Next one should show the antennas. There we go. And there's the inlay on the right. And then the last one, the last 2, location 5 and 6, sort of visible, but hidden behind trees, depending on the time of year. And I believe if you go to the next one, it's going to be similar. It's visible, but very innocuous, at least on my side, I think it is. So what we're looking for is the relief we need from you is 195-841 site plan review, as well as this board for this application is the special permit granting authority under 195-10.7. I can go through the zoning drawings if you'd like, but they've been passed around. I figured the photo sims would be a good way to start. And we're hoping that the coloring and the fact that these stacks match the building next door that has stacks will meet the camouflage requirement of 195-8.44. And I'll leave it up to the board if you want me to go more in depth in the zoning drawings right now.
No, I think so for when you do have when you come back for us with the, official special permit application, having pictures of those other stacks and the comparison would be very helpful. And maybe something where we do a site visit, I'm not sure. These are 30 feet high, is that what you said?
30 inches.
30 inches.
Yeah, the stack is 30 inches.
30 inches, wow. That's
And the antennas in there, the remote radio heads,
look a lot
everything's
bigger than 30 inches.
hidden in there.
Okay, all right.
Give or take 3 feet off the roof.
So it's 3 feet off the ground?
Yeah.
All right.
30 inches.
They look a lot bigger than that in the drawing.
That's why the visibility's mild.
Oh, they look giant, and the buildings are, okay, in the picture.
I'll have to yell at the engineers for that if
Yeah.
they look giant.
Well, yeah, okay. All right, 30 inches all right, yeah, just the other stacks in the area would be great, and just some actual, photos at the time. But no, I don't think anything else on this at the moment. No, I think that's good for now.
And if they look good and match, you seem comfortable with that, the way you designed them? Okay,
Yeah.
we'll do that for next time.
Yeah, 30 inches is good.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. 30 inch.
Maybe we should use this type of tower elsewhere.
Yeah, 30-inch tower. Too bad we lost that one. Okay. Let's do 4 High Street then. Well, let's go to the continued public hearings. 4 High Street, RCG, West Mill, MA LLC. Application for definitive subdivision approval. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's just continued from October 1st, or I'm sorry. The subdivision is continued to October 1st, correct?
Correct.
Do we need a motion to continue it? Let's do that anyway. Can we get a motion to continue the public hearing for the definitive subdivision approval?
One moment before you do that, I just want to remind you with this one,
Yep.
that your final action for that is
Yep.
coming up. The date of that would be October the 15th, and you'll have one meeting prior to that. That'll be the October the 1st.
Okay. So October 1st, we either need a vote or an extension.
Yes, and if you don't have a meeting, then,
Okay, well, we'll have a meeting. We'll have a meeting.
no one gets sick.
Everyone's here October 1st? Yes? Yes? Okay, great. All right, so can I get a motion to continue the application for definitive subdivision approval until October 1st, 2019 for RTG? So moved?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. 4 High Street, Avalon Bay Communities, Inc., application for Subdistrict A definitive master plan special permit. In accordance with bylaw section 195-18.20, the applicant proposes the construction of a market rate rental multi-facility residential community to be known as Avalon North Andover, consisting of a total of 250 studio 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units to be contained within 2 separate 5-story buildings of approximately 103,897 square feet and approximately 171,888 square feet, along with an outdoor pool, parking, stormwater management facilities, landscaping, signage, and other improvements to be located on approximately 9.44 acres of land. This is within the downtown overlay A historic mill area, underlying IS, and residential 4 zoning districts, with all buildings proposed within the boundaries of the underlying IS district. So Monica, we are still on the same continued hearing, right?
You are in the same continued hearings. What if, before you, at the last meeting, you asked for a reduction in the size of the project. So the applicant has submitted some preliminary plans, which they're going to describe tonight, just to get your idea of if these are more acceptable.
So, all right, so what we have, and I saw the filings, is we're just going to kind of talk conceptually tonight about what the new thinking is, and then we can discuss that and take comments on that, and then, depending on that, you guys will come back with some more numbers and data and stuff like that.
More
That-
technical plans.
Okay, that seems like a good idea, so let's do that.
All right, thanks very much. David Gillespie from Avalon Bay Communities. With me is Ed Bradford from the architectural team, and Tom Miner is here from Hawk Design, our landscape architect. So we're going to talk through some changes from where we were last time we appeared in front of the board in July. Through the month of July, we reviewed the original site plan, traffic, fiscal impact, architecture, engineering, and the zoning. Received a lot of feedback. Two major points really that we took home from that were there were a lot of smaller points we needed to deal with, but really about the wetlands impact and the impact along the residential abutters on High Street. So we went back to the drawing board and worked on some revised concepts. There are two in the packet tonight. There's one that we prefer. And we'll talk about those. Ed's going to walk through those and the pluses and minuses for each. But in concept, the project is reduced by 20% from the last time it was presented. It's 200 units. And more importantly, Building B in our preferred alternative, which is the building that's closest to High Street, has been reduced by 30%. So we really took those comments over the summer and went back to the drawing board. I think it's important just to key on a few things that haven't changed about the project. This project is in keeping with the master plan. It is in keeping with the zoning. It is in keeping with RCG's plans that they've been working on for several years. And, what we understood at the beginning to be the desires of the town to have residential development on this site. We comply with the height, FAR, and setbacks. And based on our reading of the zoning, really it's really about the use. It's really about residential versus office. If the revised plans that we're showing tonight were another use, there would be a site plan review, but the use would be as of right. So from our perspective, we want an opportunity to get some specific feedback at this point. I think in July we heard some general feedback about density and impacts, and we've tried to address those. And now we'd just like some more specific comments that we can try to incorporate into our engineered plans that we'll present probably next month. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ed to walk through the different scenarios.
I think some folks are having a hard time hearing. Is that correct? So, you're facing away from the audience, so if you could do your best to speak up. I think the microphones are pretty much just for the recording.
Yeah, the best I can do is a little higher, or if we're gonna get a lot of feedback.
Okay, so if I could just
Okay,
ask you to
sure.
pretend you're on the bridge of a ship.
Okay.
Does it help to go to the podium? Does that help?
Great.
Yeah, maybe go to the podium, and if you could, maybe we could even turn the podium or face a little bit so you're facing out, if that helps.
Thank you.
Great. Great.
Okay, well, good evening. Ed Bradford, architect. And just to set the table for the proposed changes that Dave noted we're presenting this evening, we took a little bit of a step back with these exhibits and are starting with some description of our application, our original design, just to show, in fact, with all these exhibits, the original application design as well as these proposed changes, we prepared a series of exhibits to show how our design fits into the surrounding neighborhood, into the context of the neighborhood. So these first two exhibits, we have a massing model, a computer model of the original design. That's what's shown here in this exhibit, the original application from May. And then following this, we have some sections to again describe the original application, and then I'll walk into some proposed revisions, as Dave noted.
So this is what the original would look like, the original spot where the buildings were going to be, 250 units, and the heights that we talked about before.
Exactly,
Okay.
yes.
Great. All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
So as we have described, our original application included two 5-story buildings. Building A, which is closest to the West Mill, which is here, and Sutton Pond condominiums adjacent as well. Generally an L-shaped building. And then opposite that is another L-shaped building, Building B. The longest leg of Building B has a bend in it, and that responds, as we know, to the wetland and wetland buffers that are just to the north and east in this region. And then the 5-story leg of the building that is closest to the High Street abutters, again, set, as we've noted, 50 feet from that property line common to those homes. As Dave noted, it has been noted, 250 units and 434 surface parking spaces. And I'll also note, because you'll see this change when I walk into the proposed revisions, that the surface parking lot was about the buildings, of course, for access to the entries and the like. It also wrapped around to the rear of the building, adjacent to the wetland. Next slide, please. So we prepared 3 sections through the site. This, again, is for our original application. So the next slide, I'll get into proposed revision, but this is showing our proposed design per the May application. So we have, again, 3 sections. You can see a kind of location for each section here on the plan. Section 1 is a cut through Building A, Building B, and through the High Street, homes along High Street. Section 2 is a cut, if you will, right through 50 High Street in the West Mill, and then through Building A. And then the third section on the bottom I'll get to last is through one of the legs of the Sutton Pond condominium building, and then through Building B. So starting with Section 1, which is the section right here at the top of the exhibit, I can start kind of working left to right, or what is west to east. The first building we're cutting through is Building A. Again, that's the building that's closest to the West Mill and to the Sutton Pond condominiums. As we've described, 5 stories, 55 feet in height, compliant with the dimensional requirements in the zoning. Then we cut through the proposed parking lot and the pool courtyard, and then through our proposed Building B. Similar to A, again, 5 stories and 55 feet. We do note in this section, you can see in this yellow line, that would be the envelope of the building compliant with the dimensional requirements in the zoning, because there's a 35-foot setback requirement. As we've noted, we set back the building 50 feet, so 15 feet in excess of the dimensional requirements. But again, 5 stories, 55 feet. The red denotes the property line, and then we're cutting through the rear yard of, in this case, 102 High Street, and then 2 homes along High Street. So you can generally see that the grade is sloping up as we approach the homes on High Street. And what we've done on each of these sections is denote the elevation or the top of the roof, just so we can have a kind of relative comparison of all of these buildings, both in this existing original application as well as our proposed revisions. So you can see the elevation at the top of our proposed Building B is elevation 139, and then elevation 126 at the ridge of the home here along High Street. And partly that is explained due to the fact of the sloping site. So as you travel down High Street, you'd note that the houses are 2 stories from that perspective, but because of the sloping site, about 3 stories from the vantage point of the proposed community, Avalon Bay community. So that kind of is our section through the original application through the High Street abutters. And then working down, again, as I noted, our second section is through 50 High Street. So we're cutting again through that building, through the parking and the site access, and then you can see Building A here. So 50 High Street is a 5-story building, a little bit taller in elevation than what we're proposing. So you can see elevation approximately 146, so a little bit higher than what we're proposing. The 5-story building, again, the top of that roof is at elevation 138. And then finally, our third section through the Sutton Pond, one of the legs of the Sutton Pond condominium building. See this section 3. That is the 5-story leg of the Sutton Pond condominium. 5 stories, just about the same height as what we're proposing for Building B. But again, because the site is sloping down, you can see the elevation of the roof of the Sutton Pond condominium is about 9 feet lower than what we're proposing in the 5 stories for Building A. So that describes, I think, the existing conditions. The next slide, I can move on to our proposed alternatives. So again, as Dave noted, our focus with the proposed alternatives is really to propose an adjustment or a transition in the scale to primarily deal with creating a better transition to the neighbors along High Street. So what this scheme proposes, first, is to Building A, no changes. Building A is just as proposed. We think it's an appropriate scale, as I just noted in the sections, height and massing for the buildings that it's adjacent to, the West Mill and the Sutton Pond condominiums, and we think placed in a location that really mitigates impacts to both. But to Building B, we are proposing numerous changes. The first and most substantial shown in this diagram, first of all, it is just that, too, a diagram. As Dave noted, we'll get into architecture as we work through potential schemes that folks may favor. But the big change, I think, in this design is the elimination of that short leg of the building that we just shown in the existing application of 5 stories, and proposed replacement of that 5-story leg with a 1-story clubhouse that's shown here in yellow. The other change that we're proposing, you can see at this end, is a shortening of the north leg, or north section of that longer leg of the building, and that's to respond, as Dave noted, to wetlands and increasing wetland buffers in that location. And then the other change that I'd note is the elimination of the parking in the rear of the building. So that allows additional opportunities for screening and buffer plantings, again, to mitigate impacts on the High Street neighbors. So we think with this scheme, the views to and from Building B, from the standpoint or the vantage point of the High Street neighbors, is dramatically improved. Two, we get improvement simply because we've lowered the building from 5 stories to 1 story. And then I know we have heard plenty of comments in prior meetings and concerns about views from Building B towards the neighborhood. And we think that's another area that's vastly improved, because you can see here that the portion of Building B that had views oriented potentially to the neighborhood are really eliminated, and now the building is oriented towards the wetland and views away from the neighborhood. Next slide, please. We also looked at another alternative. This is what we call Scheme B. Again, with this scheme, no changes proposed to Building A. And the big difference between the Scheme A and B in this case is that rather than introduce a 1-story clubhouse here, we've taken this portion of the building and a little bit more than in Scheme A and proposed a reduction of that leg of the building to 3 stories. So again, primarily, as I noted, to mitigate impacts on neighbors. Similarly, the parking to the rear is eliminated. Views to and from would be dramatically improved compared to the original application. Next slide, please. So now, this last exhibit describing the proposed changes are the sections through the High Street neighbors. So this is the same section that I showed with the original application. So again, shown here as Section 1, it's a cut through the leg of Building A, through the clubhouse, and then through the homes along High Street. Again, no change to Building A, through the parking and the pool courtyard at this location, but of course the substantial change is the elimination of the 5-story leg of the building and replacement with a 1-story clubhouse. So again, you can see the relationship in the transition in scale from the taller building to the lower building to the adjacent neighborhood. Same setback is proposed, 15 feet beyond what's required in the zoning. And then finally, to the bottom, you can see the same section through Scheme B. So again, very similar adjustment here is a 3-story leg that replaces the 5-story leg in the original application. And then next slide is my last slide. So we just wanted to show you a couple examples of recently completed detached clubhouse buildings, the top being Avalon Sudbury, and the one just below that being Avalon Easton, just to give you a sense, should Scheme A be a scheme that is suggested we work on or pursue, to give you a sense of what the scale and massing is of a similar building. These buildings are both very close in footprint to what's shown in those computer massing models, somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,500 square feet. So we've talked a little bit at prior meetings about the importance of the clubhouse to the design of the community, and these buildings are really a reflection of the program that's within. In Avalon Sudbury, these kind of three portions of the building. To the left is the fitness center. To the center is the club room with an extension of a covered porch. An important programmatic goal is to draw the indoors, outdoors, in this case with an extended area, covered area. And then to the right is the leasing center. And again, as I've noted in prior meetings, all integrated indoors and outdoors, because the outdoor amenities are critically important as well. To the left, you can just make a barbecue area. To the right, another seating area, about a fire pit. These are all amenities that we would expect to develop for Avalon North Andover. And then finally, Avalon Easton, just below it. Really the same idea. I think you can start to see some common themes here. In this case, the fitness center is on the right, the leasing center is on the left, but a lot of glass, a lot of transparency, a lot of relationship between indoors and outdoors. I think that sums up my presentation.
We also have a landscape plan we can talk a little bit about, but I just wanted to note one thing about the clubhouse design. They're all different. We've built dozens of clubhouses, and they're all different, and they're all site-specific. So if the preferred alternative, I think, which is my preferred alternative, I think it's a better plan, but I'd love to hear from the board on that, is to go with a one-story clubhouse that's adjacent. We would have flexibility to work with the board and with the abutters to make sure that it was properly screened, that the public uses were turned away from the neighbors and not towards the neighbors to, try to protect their privacy.
With both of those, it's 200 units with both schemes, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the parking numbers?
So we don't have
Commensurately
exact numbers
reduced?
yet. We haven't done the exact layout of all the parking yet.
Okay.
We wanted to get a concept, but I think that in general we'll comply with the parking.
Okay. Okay, and so do you have a landscape plan now? or
We
you-
do. And Tom Miner from Hawk Design is here, can just talk briefly about it and sort of how we
Yeah.
oriented the amenities and some opportunities we have now with the landscape offers.
So I think if you can specifically talk about the screening, what kind of thoughts you have in terms of trees and cutting of trees and putting up of
Sure.
trees, especially in between, that would be great.
Yep.
Good afternoon, board members. Tom Miner, Hawk Design, landscape architects for this development. Briefly, this is just a conceptual plan. We're looking to, obviously work with the neighbors to save our existing vegetation all around the perimeter of the property. There's a good existing buffer along the condominiums here. We've got, obviously, the natural wetlands here and plenty of existing woods along there. And there's a little bit of vegetation here that we'd have to supplement, but it's a pretty good screen right now to these neighbors here. Essentially, we're limited with this wetland area, so we would be screening a portion on the buffer of the wetlands there as much as we can, with a mixture of evergreen deciduous trees, varying heights. In these areas, I like to use oak trees for not only the immediate height, but also because they keep their leaves a little bit later in the season, so they offer a little bit of additional screening that you wouldn't see with other shade trees. And then along the foundations of the buildings, we also have combinations of flowering trees, columnar trees that'll give us some height, foundation plantings that'll provide a little bit of privacy from the ground patios to the parking areas and to the adjacent properties. They'll also help to block headlights throughout the parking lot where we can. We have islands. We'll be putting shade trees in those areas, and we'll also be supplementing this buffer down here with shade trees, evergreen trees, to increase their buffer as well as these neighbors along here. As Ed mentioned, we do have a one-story amenity area. Typically, we put in a pool, a lifestyle patio that has a fire pit, grill areas with combination of seating of tables and lounge area seating. And usually we try to get a activity lawn adjacent to that for the games that people play nowadays. As you can see, it's on the inward side of the neighborhood, so it's buffered from the neighbors. Typically,
Is that usually fenced in or something?
the pool area is fenced in, meets code with a 6-foot-high fence.
Yeah.
Sometimes depending on the location, the rest of the lifestyle patio is fenced in with a 4-foot ornamental fence also.
Yeah, it just looks like it was right against where parking and driving are
Yes.
going to be. It'd probably be a good idea to
Depend-
have something
Depending on the
safety-wise.
location, that's what we usually do. There's a few instances where we haven't, to keep it open. And lastly, lighting. We haven't really looked at it in depth, but typically, the lighting we use is a residential style, residential height. They're top shielded, back shielded to eliminate or reduce any light trespass into the sky or into the neighbor's property. And in areas around pedestrian access and around the amenity area, we'll use low bollard lights, so we reduce the number of pole fixtures that we have. And again, this plan will change as grading, engineering takes place, and we find out where detention areas have to be, if there's any rain gardens, to get rid of the storm runoff.
My only comment to add, Tom, is that on our original plan, because we were filling some wetlands, we had wetland replication areas that made us cut down some of the natural vegetated buffer that already exists. Because we're not filling wetlands in this plan, we can retain that entire buffer as is and supplement it where it needs to be supplemented along the property line so that it provides better screening than already exists.
Okay.
And with that, that's the end of our sort of formal presentation. Happy to take questions.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we, if any members of the board have questions now, we'll do questions now. Then we'll take questions and comments from the public, and then we'll talk about kind of the next steps. Just for, again, for everybody, this is kind of conceptual for today, to kind of, I don't know, lay out preferences, and then you guys are going to come back with more specific data for your application that our peer reviews can then do, and we'll set up site walk and all that kind of stuff later on. Okay, so does anyone have questions or comments that they want to start with?
What is the breakdown of bedroom units?
Sure. It's very preliminary at this point. It's similar to what it was in the last presentation. This plan currently is 9% studios, 41% one-bedrooms, 46% two-bedrooms, and 5% three-bedrooms. And I think it's, 1 or 2 percentage points off of any given breakdown from where we were at 250, but obviously because the project is smaller, the absolute numbers are smaller as well.
And so for anyone going forward, we'll get another analysis, I assume, or a similar type of analysis. Doesn't have to be, I guess, as-depth, but
Sure.
making, from what you did before with your financial impacts and fiscal
Yeah.
impacts and all of that, just how that translates to
Sure.
the smaller, and we'll have our our peer reviewers review that. If there's no changes, you can just tell us there's no changes, or if it's minuscule. You know, most things are going to go down a little bit, you know.
I think the percentage that we're contributing of our tax revenue to the general fund, this was a revenue positive project for the town of North Andover, I think that percentage will remain the same. The absolute numbers will go down because there's fewer units.
Great. Peter? Anything? Okay. Guys? Anything?
I had a question. I suspect you looked at a lot of permutations in terms of locations of the buildings and so forth, and you kept one of the buildings the same size and reduced the other one, and I sort of get it in an overall sense. I guess one question is maybe talk a little bit about why you kept the one the same size, but probably my bigger question is, did you at all consider making that first building that you kept the same size bigger and the other one even smaller? Because it seems to me, if I were just sort of looking at it, if I were trying to understand the impact on the residential neighborhood, it looks like there's still a little bit more room on the one side with that one building. And if you took some of what was in the other one and put it there, it would have less impact on High Street. So if you can explain sort of the context of how you cited what you did and the relative size of each, it would be helpful.
Yeah, well, a lot of, as far as Building A is concerned, and specifically to your question, when you overlay, as I think we did in our earlier meeting, when you overlay on the easements, utility easements that are associated, the 80-foot easement that runs down the center of the site, what you learn pretty quickly is there's not a lot of room for that building to expand, as you described.
Just so we're all clear where the easement goes.
Yeah, so if I kind of drew a line, it's missing here, but it would go right across here. Basically, it almost hit this corner and this one and continue on.
There's an easement that goes down between Building A and Building B. And then in addition, there's a building on the left side of Building A that's a sewer line.
So
Okay.
If I understood the question correctly, just to make sure we're all understanding, I think the question was, were you able to consider extending this end some distance this way? Not any additional distance that way, just some distance, and whatever that X is, reducing this distance by the same X.
We'd have to check how close we are to this. There's a sewer easement that goes, just to the left of Building A, so we'll have to check the actual dimensions, but that Building A, was cited to make sure that it was as close as it could be to the subdivision road. It might be able to move closer to the subdivision road. We could look at that for sure. And miss the sewer easement that's on the left-hand side of Building A. But we can certainly explore whether we can expand Building A and further reduce Building B as part of our,
Question.
Yeah, I guess, you'd have to see what the size of, say your smallest apartments are, right? And see if you can stick those on the end of A and take them from B, right?
Yeah, or we could you can just rejigger the entire, how
Or-
each building,
Okay.
what type units. We'll
You can
look at it. We understand it. Yep.
Okay, great. All right, so why don't we take public comment, and then I think you guys were looking for some comments from us about what we prefer in terms of, so we'll do that after we take public comment, because maybe we'll be informed by that. So, anyone wants to come up, sir?
Thank you to the board. My name is Don Moriarty, a resident of Sutton Pond, 148 Main Street. Been a resident owner there for 24 years. I've had the opportunities to work on some of the utilities that supply Sutton Pond. First off, on this page where they're indicating height, they're indicating elevations of 130 feet at Sutton Pond to compare it to a 5-story building. Sutton Pond is 4 stories high from the ground level. The 5th floor is below ground level. So there's inequality there, number one. Number two, something I think is very important, and we were talking about easements and so forth. The picture we had up there originally showing Building A, Building B, Building A running right along just about the existing fence line, if you would go down and see Sutton Pond. Having worked out there, I know that a sewer line and natural gas line run right along that fence line and out to the street. But more importantly, when I was working on repairing some water lines, when we went into the east end, if they could bring that up, just showing the edge of Sutton Pond, the one like this. Please, whoever has it. There you go. Okay. So showing the east end of Abbott Building, of Sutton Pond, that is the square sticking out. Just to the fascia of that is an 8-inch water main that we found runs directly under the fence and would be literally running under that proposed Building A. And we don't, I can only say this from Commonwealth Construction that did the work. He says, and I don't see an elbow looking down the pipe because, of course, we had the water shut off. So, again, we have utilities running out there that I don't think the town has those records. And again, it's a situation of elevation comparisons. I certainly don't agree with them. Utilities that supply Sutton Pond, gas, sewer lines, plus the main water line.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
To clarify that is, you talked about all of these utilities. These are, again, I think you said it, but I just want to be clear, these are the utilities that go into Sutton Pond?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. So at a minimum, we should be able to look at all the plans for Sutton Pond and see where the utility easements. I don't know if they're exactly the same one we were just talking about a few seconds ago, because when I listen to you, they feel like they're in a slightly different place than what we were just talking about.
When they dug up the ground, so what we did had nothing to do with this, but put in additional gates so we could close off sections at the time. We noted that the gas line and sewer line run one on top of the other, right along that fence line, and beyond that, I couldn't tell you, because that I saw. But also the 8-inch water main that we had to have shut off from the street because we didn't have controls on it. The water department certainly took care of that for us. That line goes directly into that property line underneath that fence, and as I say, the gentleman from Commonwealth that was doing the job on our behalf to put more gates in there on our property, right at the edge by the fence line, he says, it runs out there, but I don't see an elbow. In other words, how far it runs, I don't know. Now, it's an 8-inch water main. What the depth is, I can't guess. 5-story building is going to take some kind of a foundation. And again, I don't know what they've done engineering and so forth to determine that. We have to be careful of plans that are given you. I was given a plan that the actual roadway coming into Sutton Pond was where the water main was. Didn't turn out that way. There is a feeder line that goes to what we call the Granite Building, the 2 units. So again, there's big concern there. Plus, of course, noting elevations, they're trying to, show us elevations, so there isn't that much difference. They're stating 5 stories. No, Sutton Pond is 4 stories. Okay?
Monica, is there a way for DPW or someone to check, give us more information about where the water lines and the gas lines are?
I'd be glad to help work with anybody on that. From what I was actually there, saw on the ground compared to what we were given.
So we'll work on that. And
Jennifer Hughes at the time worked with us and tremendously. And as I say, we ran into situations where that wasn't the case.
Okay, so we'll need to see what the on-the-ground, what it looks like.
This will be something that DPW will look at in terms of any plans that they have or any knowledge that they have. And then it's also shared with the peer consultants too, so they can all work together to figure out where everything actually is located.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Sir. I live at Sutton Pond. I just want to say, I was a little taken aback by the suggestion that Building B be made a little smaller to help the neighborhood and make Building A a little bigger. We at Sutton Pond are also the neighborhood. And as much as I agree that, you know, with our neighbors on High Street, you know, we want the best for them, but we don't want it at the expense of us. And that 5-story building is going to tower over our Granite building. It's going to be right in front of it. It's also, like as Don said, our building's 4 stories, not 5 stories, so it still will, and the elevation goes up a little bit. And I just, you know, want Sutton Pond to also be given the same consideration that our High Street neighbors are. Thank you.
Hi, John Finnemore, 90 High Street. I actually got a kick out of the fact that you call these schemes, not plans, not designs, schemes.
John, if you usually make good points, so why don't we get to those?
Just
Not
clever.
my comment on which I think that was unfair.
How so? Yeah, whatever. Couple questions. One, obviously the lack of parking in the back of Building B addresses some of the wetland concerns. Obviously, this is not the Conservation Committee, but do you feel like you've addressed all of the concerns that the Conservation Committee has?
So why don't you ask all your questions through me, and then we'll figure out the answers.
Sure.
As far as I can tell, would you need to go to Concom at all?
Well, we'll need to go to Concom because you have to get an order of conditions for anything within 100 feet of a
Right.
wetland. But as far as their
You're not-
buffer zones,
you're
I
not
think
in-
that
you're not in
we're
the
okay.
zone. Right. So I think, as far as I can tell from their plans, they're not in the buffer zones, which they were before. So before they were filling in the portions of the wetland, Concom said not going to happen. So now they're not in the buffer zone, so they need to get orders of conditions on how to kind of would do this, but it's not, they're not in the wetlands themselves.
Okay.
Buffer zones. So,
All right, that's question one. Second question is, this is a proposal, or is this a best and final? And I have a follow-up to that. Is this being presented, here's the bottom line, is 200 apartments the minimum size that Avalon and RCG are willing to go with, or is there further negotiation from here?
well, I don't think any of it's a negotiation. Right now, they're presenting their plan with 200. We're going to hear feedback from everyone. They're going to get feedback from us, and then it'll go from there. It's not a final number in any way. I don't think the board's given, I don't think we have a sense yet of what we would condition, whether that's an appropriate number, because we don't have all the data yet.
Okay, because in meetings with some of the residents earlier this week, that's how it was presented. Take it or leave it with this 200 minimum. Anything less than 200, we scrap this plan and we go with 40B apartments or something industrial.
Well, so, and right, so that, what they ultimately, like, so we're gonna go through this whole process, right? And at the end, could deny a special permit, could grant a special permit, grant a special permit with conditions. One of those conditions could be the number of units, right? And so say the board hypothetically says 175, 150, just saying. They have the right to accept that and take that. They have the right to appeal that. They have the right to say, okay, you gave us a permit, we're not gonna build it, we're gonna build something else. Okay, so none of that is really, their decision-making after any permit is issued or denied is really, I can't speak to that, and we're not gonna decide that. So at some point, we'll vote on what the planning board thinks is an appropriate size, scheme, plan, layout, all of that stuff. The number of units will likely be a part of that. What they do with it from there is up to them.
All right. Quick public comment then. Obviously, the change to the clubhouse instead of the, and removing the other 50 apartments was made as an as a olive branch, if you will, to appease neighbors like myself. The visual element of the apartments was actually one of our more minor concerns. And also, I don't, as per some of the comments earlier, I don't know that the visual improvements affect the majority of the people in this room or in the area with Sutton Pond. And still, I recognize the need for the town to add housing. And again, but I go back to the master plan. I'm just reiterating some points we made earlier, that there's zero reference in the master plan to adding more apartments. 25% of the master plan is about housing, and zero references are made to apartments. Right? There's 600 some odd apartments going up in this area. Still waiting to hear back from the town to align the master plan to adopting a program like this, right? And how it fits in to the overall scheme for adding more housing, the overall plan for adding more housing in the area. I know you've said a couple meetings ago that we need more housing, right? The master plan says we need more housing. It says we need ADUs. It says we need small-scale mixed use. It does not say we need more apartments.
Well, so again, I'd encourage people to read the housing production plan. I think that's a really important document. I think it's referenced, it may be referenced in the master plan, but it's a separate document in its entirety. And it talks about the need for housing in general throughout the area, North Andover, the state, especially affordable housing as well. I'm disappointed that this project doesn't have affordable housing. We're working on requiring further projects to have affordable housing, but if you just take a look at, if you agree that more housing is needed, then only one of the major ways you're going to make a dent in that is through apartments. There's just not enough land for single-family houses to make much of a dent in.
The actual, again, the master plan does not say go add more single.
I understand, but
I understand exactly where you're coming from, and I understand from a public policy point of view the issue you're putting on the table. Exactly. But to some degree, where we are right at this moment, that's moot. And the reason is, two reasons really. One is that, like it or not, this property is zoned for apartments. It is. And now it's a high bar because it's a special permit. It's not a use allowed by right, but you can put apartments there. And the second part of it is always the 40B situation. Like it or not, that exists. That's part of the state law. And if anything, what's going to happen down the road at the state level, it's going to get sort of even tighter, frankly, based on the stuff that I've been hearing lately. So, again, we've got to deal with the reality that's here, and the property is zoned for that. But with a special permit, which is a high bar, and as Ethan said, we can put conditions, we could deny it. There's a lot of things that we could do. But to sort of say, hey, we don't like apartments, make them go away, that's not what they proposed. It's just a fact.
Yeah, obviously not well-versed in North Andover public policy, but the master plan does talk about encouraging this, right? So I don't get the concept that it's moot, right? And maybe it's not this body's jurisdiction, maybe it's town management, maybe it's Board of Selectmen, but some level of how do you encourage that type of housing versus this type of housing? And what kind of incentives can you do to, give somebody the, give incentives to develop that appropriate type of housing in this area? Again, this is probably not the right venue, or this meeting isn't, but all the other concerns that have come up, whether it's parking, whether it's sidewalks, whether it's the dangerous intersections, I still think, even with 200 apartments, those questions are still valid, and maybe those will be addressed in an upcoming meeting. Thanks.
Make one comment on the master plan?
Sure.
I just want to draw everybody's attention to, I reread the master plan as well, because I know we talked about it a lot last time. If everyone goes to page 58 of the master plan, the site is specifically called out that the West Mill parking lot, there's a concept plan for 200 market rate rental units in that portion of the master plan. And if you go to page 79 of the master plan, this site is specifically highlighted in green and called out as a key opportunity for investment with plans in process. So I don't think it's fair to say that this site was never thought about for multifamily market rate housing, actually specifically 200 units. So.
again, so we're gonna, I mean, the master plan is definitely good to talk about. But I think we're gonna really try to focus on the special permit criteria and if those are met or not met in this particular situation.
Excuse me again, sir. What's the date of the master plan, if I could ask?
Last year,
September 2018.
yeah, it was a year ago.
September 18th?
Yep.
Okay. We have 200 units proposed for here. There's a total of 408 existing. This is within a quarter mile of High Street, number 4, down to this location. And the East Mill also was looking to put between 50 and 100 additional units in the East Mill. You're exceeding 700 residential units in a quarter mile of a residential street. When do we get to gridlock? Also, as I pointed out, gentlemen, I'm sure you remember, Prescott Street is one of the main egress for Station 1 to respond to this end of town, including the square and so forth. I'd like to see some consideration on that. We talk about machine shop, and we got signs in town in certain sections. It doesn't look like historic or machine shop to me. The existing properties, for the most part, that have units were here. They were old mills that were converted, best conversion. But we're talking about something totally different. Thank you very much for your attention again.
Anyone else?
Tim Seibert, 40 West Broad Street Road. Is it I know I've asked this before, but is it a non-starter to think about building a road straight through over to Sutton Pond?
Is it straight through, oh, I'm sorry, straight through to where?
Sutton Street.
To Sutton
sorry,
Street?
Sutton Street.
Okay. Again, so I think I agreed with you that would be great. As far as we can tell, it's wetlands and owned by other parties. So a lot of things would have to happen to make that work.
Okay.
Doesn't seem feasible. I don't know if I'd say non-starter, but
So what-
odds aren't in the
Wetlands
favor.
aside, I mean, if it's private property, do we have any kind of eminent domain kind of situation?
That wouldn't be up to this board. You'd have to talk with someone else, but that would have to be a taking by the town. It would be pretty expensive. So I don't know.
And what about on the other side where the parking lot on the other side, where you could kind of draw a straight line and get through to the street that the McDonald's is on? You see what I'm saying? Can we plow a road through there? Or is that a non-starter?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Pleasant Street? Is that?
No. So, is Walker Road where McDonald's is? So you would basically extend Walker Road all the way into the East Mill parking lot? It gets people onto 125 without going through any of the neighborhoods.
So
I believe you're going to find it's wetlands.
Okay.
I think all of those things that could be
McDonald's, Walker, continues straight through here, past the parking garage.
You've got a constant feed coming down from the reservoir through that back area.
I don't know if it's possible.
All the way down to wetlands.
This is parking lot, right?
I mean, it used to be a rail bed, right?
It's pretty interesting.
So
That's a great view. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where it says Walker Road?
yeah.
You just bust right through there into that parking lot.
Whose parking lot is that? Can we get on GIS? Which part is that?
Well, some things to consider, just like with access to Sutton Pond, you have to consider land ownership and any water resource areas that complicate that, so.
Listen, I think two egresses would be so much better. So look at it, and it's not simple, but if you can look at it, great. Okay, so anyone else?
Lynn Langton, 10 Surrey Drive. I just had a question. My brother takes a bus from that area to Boston. Is that still going to be happening? And will they be parking for the bus?
My understanding is yes, that
Yeah, the bus is going to remain the same.
hopefully, I think it said at a previous meeting that you're hoping that some of your tenants, that's a
Absolutely.
drawing point. that you're
Absolutely.
looking at. Yep.
So I just had a question for clarity. First of all, it's not all bad for me. I'm thrilled that it's
Can you
gone
just
down.
say your- I
Oh,
didn't-
sorry, Robin Morgeson, 147 High Street. I'm thrilled that the number's going down, the size is going down. I wish it was more. I feel like it's a good start. I was hoping for less, but at least it's gone down. But I do have a question about the height discussion. Early in the presentation, there were some diagrams that were trying to explain that the height of the building closest to High Street is because of the positioning of it and the height of the land or whatever, I'm not using the right terminology, that the 5 stories is somehow lower in this new plan. Can you clarify that for me? I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, so I don't think they're saying it's lower. They're just measuring the strict elevation. So from like sea level, right? They're just how high it is based on including the slope of the land.
The 5-story building is downhill from High Street, from if you cut a section through from where the residential abutters are. So even though it's 55 feet high, 55 feet high for that building doesn't necessarily correspond to 55 feet if you built it right on High Street because it's downhill.
Right. So, so how do we equate that visually in terms of from High Street? What is the perception? Is it still above tree line? I'm assuming it is, but I'm just.
Why don't you zoom in a little bit on the top section? Yeah. So if you look here, you can see that a two-story building on High Street, 102, the top of the roof is 126 feet. And then Building A, which is on the far left, does that say 138?
Yes.
138 feet. So even though it's a taller building, if you were standing right next to it, it's only 12 feet higher to the top of that roof from the top of 102 High Street.
Because you're saying the elevation is lower where the building is.
Because Building A is downhill from High Street, where that home
Okay.
is.
Okay. Okay, and I just had one other question, which I think it was brought up before, but I'm just curious. Where does the consideration of, this isn't just pertaining to this development, but in general, the water impact, the water supply, the reservoir, how does, who looks at that? I'm just kind of curious about, there must be some formula, there must be some science involved in how you determine, what's appropriate for the reservoir of our town and how many gallons per person and all of that. I ask that because I drive through Middleton every day on my way to work in Danvers, and there's forever limitation signs. At the suggestion of Sunshine, there's signs up that say, you can't water your lawn, you can't whatever, they're forever in a deficiency. And it's not even drought. So I'm just kind of curious about what North Andover's.
The Department of Public Works, their water division analyzes the projected impact,
Yeah.
and then they provide comment to the board on this. So
Okay.
if there's any type of impact, they would say so.
Okay, so there's some sort of formula that determines the general per household usage and
Yes.
how much we would be able to deal with in a drought situation.
Yeah, and
or
when
what
they're
have you.
building, depend on the type of use, apartment versus industrial versus other types of uses, that'll determine the water line sizes that they'll need to go in and the fire suppression and stuff like that, and that'll get reviewed by the fire department to make sure that it's enough and then that there's still adequate supply for everyone, so it does get examined later on.
Right. Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing the iteration of the plan because I think that obviously for me, the High Street element is pretty important, and I'm just still concerned about the height. So wait and see what happens. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, all right, so why don't we, I think they've made, Avalon, the applicants made, good faith effort here to give us revised plans, ideas, which is what we asked of them. So I think it's fair that we give them feedback so that they can at least move forward in a direction. It obviously doesn't guarantee approval, it doesn't guarantee anything, but it at least goes to what we're thinking and what you're thinking to see if those things mesh. So for me, I think the first one with the detached clubhouse is much, much better. It's much better than the original plan, and it's better than the second plan. I think it really does a good job addressing, again, I think 200 is better than, I agree with the last person, 200 is better than 250. Whether it's still too much, we'll have to weigh that out. But it's much better. The detached clubhouse is much better. I think the views on High Street will be better. We'll have to test that and go out and see it. But I think you're out of the wetlands, keeps a lot of the trees, keeps a lot of the screening. It's just a much better overall product. I'm curious about how parking is affected, taking out those to make sure that there's enough spaces. So I'll definitely want to see how that's laid out, but I think that's much better. So I'd say that for me, that's the one I'd like to see you guys, but let's see what everyone else says. But that's what I'd say. So, Kate, Peter, you guys have thoughts?
I agree, I prefer that layout with the separate clubhouse.
Yeah, any thoughts, Peter, of those two, which you prefer, if any?
I think the layout with the separate clubhouse is the better of the two improvements. I very much like John's question about whether or not some extension of A to the west could be traded for some reduction in length of B to the east. I'm also curious, where you've cut a notch off the northwest side of B, that was because of conservation and wetlands. Does that also provide any opportunity to move building B either to the west or jog it a little bit to the southwest? Like if you move it 10 feet south, can you move it 20 feet west, or some ratio of that?
For what benefit? To get it moving further away from the High Street neighborhood?
Well, not only that, but it seems to me that if you can do that, it also would have minimal impact on Sutton Street, right? In terms of balancing, there's two neighborhoods here, right?
Yeah.
Or Sutton Pond, I'm sorry. Thank you. Right?
Yeah, I think we are pretty pinned, we took the wetlands lines and,
Right.
you know, took that feedback very strongly. So I think we'll certainly look at whether we can shift that building. We'll look at alternates to see if we can get that building even further away from High Street.
And I recall from the earlier meetings that we did have some discussion on this appealing idea of whether or not outlet to Sutton Street was possible. There was discussion that I think you had some comments on. Have you also looked at the Walker Street idea?
Well, Walker Street's on the East Mill, so it's on the other side of High Street, so we didn't look at anything over on that side of the mills. As far as the Sutton Street goes, I think it was mentioned before.
Right.
There's wetlands issues and
Right.
ownership issues, but we didn't
I
look
have
at
to
anything
say, in
on
terms
the
of
East Mill.
feedback, I thought that was a pretty creative idea about Walker Street, and I'd kind of be interested in any thoughts on that. It doesn't solve all things, but when I think about all the comparisons we had comparing Avalon properties elsewhere, which you had offered as comparisons, and the proximity of all of those to major routes, and how this had none, Walker Street addresses that, were it to be possible.
It's not part of our, I guess my only point is that it's not part of our site area. It's part of
Right.
RCG's site area.
Right.
So
Right.
we can certainly talk to them about it, see if they're interested in exploring it.
Right, I mean, you may have
I don't know if-
perspectives and ideas, given your expertise, that could help us.
It's just, it may not be something on site and that we could, I'm not sure if we could, how we would necessarily permit it, but if we're worried about traffic, that's a way to ease traffic on this site, ease traffic all around. So it goes to our criteria, even if it's off-site, and it's creative. It's a I do think it's a creative way to address some of the problems potentially created by this development, and the bigger the size, the more kind of creative we need to be to mitigate issues.
I mean, to me, it could, were it to be possible, it, for me, could be a game changer.
This might be something to take up as part of the definitive subdivision.
Sure, yeah, I mean, that's, and I know, David's here too, that everyone can hear that, yeah.
And then I think the last comment I had was, I appreciate the presentation on the landscaping, and I know, we're just notional here, but we've had a pretty vigorous discussion on landscaping at other places in town. And I think when we get to the point of that, I know I'll have keen interest on exactly what that means in terms of angles from residences. And not just projections of, this particular type of tree will grow to 70 feet, what's it at now, and how many inches a year? How many years before it gets to that, and what are ways to mitigate that? And, really a really solid screening approach, taking into account the seasons and foliage and really kind of some substantive specifics there. Just as terms of feedback, that's something that I'd really be interested in.
Yeah, it just seems like there's consensus from the Scheme A applicant, public, board, so makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think both the points you raised, points Peter's made.
Okay, so that's the one we'd prefer. Give us more, so let's come back with more data, more description about that plan, what it means in terms of numbers, units, fiscal, all that kind of stuff, parking, landscape, lighting, everything. Just kind of from the beginning with that as a plan. I think this is, we're in a much better place than where you started. We'll see where it goes, and we'll see where it goes. Come back.
So it's scheduled for October 1st.
Okay. Do you want to come back October? Why don't we put it on for October 1st? If you need more, if you need more time.
I think that, and I guess this is a question for the board, I can release engineering and do the full submission package that's required under your site plan and your special permit criteria. Or we can continue with this method where I come with a site plan, for example, that shows the parking layout and how that might work and how that might interface with the definitive subdivision plan changes that are being discussed as well. And we could do all those things and, as they come out, versus, reviewing complete application. But that's the, to the pleasure of the board. If you want me to do the full application, we can do it first, and it might just take a little
Yeah,
at a time.
I think the second way is fine, but it seems like if you go, what you need to look at maybe and talk with planning is, if now we're talking about a 3-building plan, that's different than at least the hearing that we're doing, so we may need to revise or do it. You may need to do something different. It may need to at some point be another application. I'm not sure you guys got to talk about that. Just because this one says 2 separate 5-story buildings, and that's not what we're talking about anymore. So that may need to rise. I think keeping it the way we're doing it right now until we get a more significant grasp on where it's actually going is good. At some point, we will go out and do a site walk where we see where the proposed buildings are. Like Peter said, see the trees. If neighbors on High Street or Sutton are amenable to us going over to their property and seeing what it would look like from them, we'd like to do that. We'd like the applicant to take pictures from there so they can show us, and that could be part of the record. No one has to, but we encourage it because it helps us make an informed decision. But I think we're still a meeting or two at least before that.
Sure. I have one comment.
Yeah.
Is this the most current photograph of that West Mill development? Isn't that building gone?
It's gone now.
So just in terms of us sort of reacting to the associated building mass, I mean, I don't know if you can, but it would be helpful to me to see a current one that shows that as is with that mass gone.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah, we
right?
can certainly do it. This was what we got
Yeah, sure.
available off Google Earth.
Appreciate it.
We'll look to other sources
Thank
to
you.
see if we can find a more
Yep.
updated aerial.
And I just want to thank you for coming back with this. I think it's a great example of really bringing your expertise to bear to try to find solutions that work for everyone, and I want to thank you for that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, great. So continued until October 1st. Great. All right, next one, Senior Center, 1 Surrey Drive, 477 Sutton Street, 505 Sutton Street, 0 Sutton Street, Town of North Andover, as well as 505 Sutton Street Redevelopment LLC. We have applications for special permit, site plan review, shared common driveway, parking on a separate lot, satellite parking, under 195.8.3, Section 195.2.221, and Section 195.8.8D4B, to allow for the construction of a 2-story, 13,500 square foot senior center with associated amenities, parking, stormwater, landscaping, signage, and other site improvements in the B2 and R4, as well as an application for special permit, site plan review, multifamily housing, common driveway, modification of landscaping requirements for off-street parking, reduction in parking, and construction of a new building exceeding 2,000 square feet, to allow for the construction of 3 multi-story buildings with associated parking, stormwater management, landscaping, signage, and other site improvements located within the B2 zoning district. All right? You let anyone who wants to take a seat, take a seat. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Take
I'm not paying attention.
Do we have another one? Thank you. Are these 2 different things?
Yes. So that one that was handed out was a draft for the multifamily. In your packets, there were drafts. These are revised ones, and then we talk about some of the suggestions and changes that are before you.
We have 2 more. We need a common driveway and a site plan.
Is this the 4th one? There's 5 total.
I'm confused as to what. Hold on.
One more common.
That 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the 5th, I believe, and
That's the common. Another one.
all right, so is there?
Hold on. So what? Can you please name the documents we're supposed to have?
You're supposed to have 5 different documents.
Okay. What's the first one called?
You're gonna have 2 common driveways. One is for 477-505
Okay.
Sutton. Then you're going to have one for the 1 Surrey.
Okay. So here's 477.
I've got 2 of the same
common. 477
common
common driveway.
2 of the 477 505s.
I believe one of them's for the senior center and one of them's for the multifamily development with the same address. It's the same common driveway.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, these are different, they are different.
They're 2 different ones, so make sure you have 1 Surrey Drive.
Oh, how do we know?
And the address, very good.
I don't know what I have.
You've got a common driveway.
The senior center.
Okay.
Here we go.
Senior Center, one's
You got
This
2 of the
is
same.
that's senior center, this is 475.
You got 2 of the same.
Multifamily. Are you sure? Is it the hold on.
The second paragraph is a different address.
Multifamily, oh, you have 2 multis.
I have 2 multifamilies, so
I'll
that's.
trade you 1 multi for a senior.
All right, can I get a common driveway, common driveway senior?
No, sorry, don't have an extra.
What do you?
We need
I-
1 more 477 505 senior, right?
Yes, I don't have that. And then we,
The
Again, it says it in
second
the
paragraph,
second.
right here,
Okay, multifamily senior.
multi
There's the
and senior.
Okay,
There's
here's the senior.
And that's a senior.
okay, then what do we have? So we have 2 common driveways.
2 common driveways.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna have the site plan review, multifamily housing and reduction in parking and with screening and landscaping special
Yeah.
permits.
Yeah,
You're gonna have a height waiver special permit.
yeah.
And then you're gonna have the site plan review, modification, parking standards, or special
All right,
permits.
all right, I don't have that one. John, here are these, you have these 2.
You don't have this one? Passed it along.
Nope. I passed along too.
1 sorry.
Just take that one.
We need another one, sorry.
Okay, so
Sorry.
It should be.
How did we mess this up?
So how many monkeys type Shakespeare? We need, okay, I got 5.
So there's 2 senior centers and 3 multifamilies.
Exactly.
How should we be, all right.
That's my fingers.
Jean, suggestions on how to tackle this?
So Jean Enright, Interim Director, Community and Economic Development. So as far as tackling them, I guess we've brought no new information. Monica's prepared the draft decisions based on your request at the last meeting. Again, to reiterate, all peer review comments have been addressed, all department review comments have been addressed, and I think we've provided all information you requested. My recommendation would be that Eric may have some additional information to discuss first, but then if they were both submitted as separate applications, so if you take just the senior center and work your way through those, and then take just the multifamily development.
Okay, so let's do that. We'll hear from Mr. Loth, and then we'll ask board questions and comments, public questions and comments, and then we'll vote on the senior center ones, and then we'll vote on the multifamily.
And there's some modifications that we hear that I'd like to discuss.
Okay, so we'll try to identify each one as we go through it. Okay, so no changes to senior center. We have draft decisions. We have 2 for that senior center, is that right, or 3? Which ones relate to the senior?
For the senior center, you have 2. So why don't we
Common
start with that one,
driveway.
'cause that one shouldn't have any issues. You're gonna have a common driveway,
Yeah,
and then you're going to have the site plan review.
and modification of parking standards?
Exactly.
Okay, all right. So let's hear about the multifamily. So we're gonna talk about we'll talk about
Do you want to do the senior center first? Or the
No, so
multifamily? 'Cause
let's talk.
I would say the senior center, and then because the multifamily, you do have one decision to make in terms of, at the last meeting, you did present a question as to if the heights could be.
Right, so I want to talk about the multifamily first.
Okay.
Have the presentation or any information. We'll ask questions, make comments. We'll let public ask questions, comments about anything, and then we'll get into decisions. But I want to air out everything, close the public hearing, and then, we can go through the decisions, and then we'll close the public hearing. But let's do that first. So let's air our grievances first.
Right. Thank you. So Eric Loth from Sutton Street Redevelopment. Thank you all for being here tonight. I know it's a long night. So we actually don't have anything new to present either, so we didn't bring the rest of our team, and I know Ms. Enright didn't either. In the past 2 weeks, I wasn't there, but I was at another meeting. We went to Conservation Commission, which is put off for another week or 2 weeks, something like that. And also, as you probably know, went through Zoning Board, and they did vote favorably 4-1 for the variances necessary for the project to move forward. The big piece that has been, kind of swirling around in my mind, in our minds, and I know everybody else's, and to Mr. Boynton's question, I think last week was the 3 versus 4-story building, and the request was made, can you do some views of that? And we sat with our architect and we have a separate renderer who usually does the pretty pictures for us, and we talked and kind of went round and round and round on it. And what we came to at the end was, I didn't want to bring an option here that we weren't comfortable with and we weren't prepared to build. The more we talked about it, and I talked to a couple other planners, and we just really felt strongly that coming from a planning perspective, coming from the heavily commercial corridor out where Butcher Boy and China Blossom and everything else is, when you make that turn coming into the street, you've got the airport on the right, although the buildings sit back pretty far, which is good. We wanted to step down the intensity by having 3-story, I know I'm repeating myself, down to the senior center, which is kind of 1.5, almost 2 if you look at the peaked roof, and then on down into the lower intensity of the residential neighborhood and the park and everything. And every time, believe me, I know the easiest thing would have been for us to either A, switch it around way before, or B, walk in here and say, yep, we're going to do it. And everybody really felt it wouldn't be the right thing to do. And so my father-in-law, who I work with, Lou Minicucci, who's been developing in this town and was on the school committee and school building committee for years and years, he was in Europe for a week at the end of the summer, and I called him and I said, I went to the last meeting, and they really, everybody's talking about the 3 versus 4 and, putting on the street versus back. I said, I really don't think it's the right thing to do. He says, you know what, every time you do a project, it's your name on it. Everybody knows that you did it, and you have to live with it for the rest of your life. He says, it's just, it's not the right thing to do. I know it's not the right thing to do. He said, we want our name on the senior center. We want our name on the project. We want it to look right. Every time you go to do another project in another town, you bring them pictures of the last project you did, and you want to convince them you're not taking shortcuts, you're not doing the easy thing, you're doing the right thing in the long end. So that, combined with the fact that when we got those renderings back from the back of the property, and it really became apparent to me that the biggest problem we have is probably going to be the first few years looking between, say, 10 feet up and 20 feet up. We're going to put up a 6-foot fence, that we're going to plant lots of evergreens and deciduous trees and try to fill in. But when you looked a little higher up, most of the trees that are back there and went on the sidewalk, they've grown up so the crown is, 30 to 50 feet high. So the problem is in that interim. When you look up to where the 3rd and 4th floor is going to be, that's where all the leaves are. So at least when the leaves are on the tree, I don't think you're going to see anything up there. The winter, yes, you're going to be looking through the branches. But, we just kept going around and around. I said, I know there's nowhere in our bylaw or anybody else's where it says you shan't see another building from where you live. I mean, I live in a neighborhood with quarter-acre lots. If I look out my backyard, I can look into everybody else's backyard. They can look into mine. I can look out the front of my house and see 10 houses. But I moved into a neighborhood where I could sit on the front porch and say hi to my neighbors. I have a lawn chair. I sit out in the front yard side. And I think everybody else moves into a neighborhood because it's a neighborhood. You're going to have neighbors. You want neighbors.
I have to apologize to you, but I just have to request that you pause here, because this is not a discussion about a neighborhood and next to houses. This is a discussion, as you know, about a neighborhood now being next to a 4-story building. So I just, for whatever it's worth, and I apologize for interrupting you, I find it distinctly unhelpful for you to be drawing comparisons now of a house next to a house, unless you're telling us that the 4-story has gone to 1-story, and I don't think you're telling us that.
No.
So I just, what am I missing? Well, how is a discussion about one house next to another house helpful?
Well, I guess.
Because it's not the issue.
Okay, I'm sorry. I talked last at the zoning board meeting a little bit more globally, but I guess my point was whether, I think it's a distinctly New England thing to have single family next to single family next to single family. In a lot of other places, it's more mixed. We just built a project in Cambridge, and there's a great mix. People love it. And I know people are making a choice to live here versus there. That's fine. In my mind, I don't think it's a bad thing, and I'm sorry that other people maybe feel that there is a big distinction. It's just a different type of housing choice. Whether people can afford this or that,
Right, but-
that's not really an issue. I guess, I'm sorry.
No, but I mean, we're not saying, I don't think our discussion tonight is about whether or not there should be multifamily next to residential. I think, I agree. I mean, I really think the issue is just coming down to whether a 3-story building should be in the front or a 4-story building should be in the front. And it's, I mean, to me, it's an aesthetic issue. And I'm frankly not convinced either way, so I really want to hear what other members of the board have to say. Because I see what you're saying, and so I was trying to think of comparisons, right? And I was driving in Beverly, and so if you come up Cabot Street into the downtown, before you get to the Cumming Center, they built this large apartment complex right on the street, I took a picture of it because I thought it was kind of comparable in my mind to what you're presenting. It's 4 stories, and it's right on the street, and it is pretty imposing. Monica, I actually tried to email you a picture of it. I don't know if you're able to pull it up, because I think it would actually be kind of a good comparison. But the question in my mind is, what's the difference in position between 3 stories and 4 stories? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it drastic enough that we should make the 3-story in front versus the 3 to 4 versus in back? And that's kind of what I'm weighing. I also do take your point that it may or may not impact the neighborhoods on Surrey, because your position is that it's more the middle stories that are going to have an impact one way or the other, and 3 and 4 may not. For me, it's just a question of the risks on either side, right? The risk of building a 4-story in the back and how that imposes on Surrey versus the risk of building a 4-story in the front and how that imposes on the pass-through. And I'm not sure I have an answer yet, but to me, that's the one issue that we have to vote on. That's,
So oddly enough, I agree with what I think you've described, that a 4-story along Sutton Street, I think, would be imposing. And I think I can appreciate what I think I heard, your hesitation to have your name attached to an imposing 4-story building along Sutton Street. But to me, that exact same argument applies to a 4-story building along the neighborhood. Because what you're telling us is 4 stories, wow, that's imposing. That's what you're saying. And I agree with you. And so the question comes down to, if one of them has to be 4 stories, where should it be? And, you know, I think you've made a very candid, honest observation that kind of hesitate to have your name associated to that along Sutton Street, where a lot of people will see it. But to me, the exact same logic applies, having that imposing height along a neighborhood, less impact to you in terms of, you know, reputationally, because fewer people will see it. But the people who do see it live there permanently. So, and to me, the other issue is that imposing height going to be adjacent to a residential area? People see it all day, all night? Or is that imposing height going to be on a street where people are passing by, many of who don't live in North Andover, in a commercial area across from an airport?
I think in our minds, as we've gone around it, some of the differences are, with the building on the street, it's fairly close to the street, and we don't have much opportunity to screen it. In back, the houses, the building is 50 feet from the lot line, and then most people's houses are at least another 50 feet. So we have about 100 feet, and then we can do as much screening as possible. So that's one of the bigger differences. You're right, someone's going to pass by it pretty quickly. But when we built Barry Farms out on Route 114, I would constantly drive out there, and the project that always caught my eye was the next one up, the Merrimack Valley Townhomes, because it feels jammed pretty close up to the street, and then they put that big retaining wall. And every time I drive by, I go, they probably go to build twice the number of units, put them 100 feet back, and it would look twice as good. In my mind, somebody else had a different decision-making, but that's kind of what we're trying to avoid.
But of course there, if they did go 100 feet back, would they be bordering on a residential area? Just taking
Right, I don't know
your
what's behind it,
theoretical, right? And
They
that's
might
the
have been.
difference here, right? Where is the imposition of this dramatic height? And I actually agree with what you're saying. It's pretty dramatic, and so where does it go? And so do you have a solution? If the 4-story is too dramatic for Sutton, reputationally for you, what can you do about that same dramatic height next to the neighborhood? And all I'm hearing is plant trees, but every time you say that, it's also, it won't do any good in the winter. There'll be no leaves, there's no relief for half of the year, so what can you do?
Right. I mean, we'll plant evergreens as well, but you're right. I think there's no way around it that people are going to be able to see the buildings.
Well, that's not it, because 3 stories they can see.
Yes, well,
Right.
I guess that's what I'm getting at.
So
3 or 4,
it's-
you're going to see it.
They're going to see it if it's 3-story.
Right.
But again, I'm just following what I think is your logic. You're okay with 3 stories at Sutton, but not 4. You know, I think there's a very similar argument that, given the alternatives, people would probably be okay with 3 stories at the neighborhood, but not 4. So what's the answer? Does one of them have to be 4 stories?
Yes.
Then that's a bit of a jam.
Yeah, right.
Is the decision to keep 4 stories in the back because of more marketability? People aren't going to want to rent the 4th floor on top of Sutton Street across from the airport versus...
I don't know if that makes much difference. I mean, when we have a building that has, you know, one side looking over a parking lot, one side over woods, it might be a $15 or $20 difference per month, so it's not that much. I think the overall look of the project driving past it, when I keep thinking about the greater public good, I think about everybody in town driving past versus one neighborhood. So I know maybe it's unfair to them versus unfair to the whole town. I don't know how to solve the problem. I agree with you. Trust me, we've been thinking about it a lot. And I appreciate your input on it and you guys thinking about it too, because I'm not sure exactly how to solve the problem.
Right, And so, again, like, I'm inclined to vote for granting a special permit. I think this housing is appropriate. I think it's an appropriate location. I think the number of units is appropriate. We've talked about traffic. I think the senior center, I think there is a tremendous public good for both the housing and the senior center. So I think we're just coming down to this one, I wouldn't say it's nitpicky because I think it's important, but it's a small issue in the grand scheme of things. And I agree with you, we do need to look at the overall public good. But I think it's just that one story that at least I'm struggling with in my mind. So do you guys have thoughts on where you would vote or what you would prefer in terms of conditions? Is 4 stories in the front okay, too much? Is 4 stories in the back okay, too much? What do you guys think? I mean, I think we should kind of have an idea of what we're going to decide so that we can take a vote on it.
Well, from my perspective, we know there's going to be apartments here one way or another. Making the back building 3 stories would be a nice little carrot to throw to the neighborhood on Surrey Drive. They're gonna have this one way or another. It's, I'd like to see that change happen.
John, what do you think?
Yeah, initially, I was sort of more inclined to go with 3 in the front, 4 in the back for reasons espoused by the applicant. But I've sort of come around to, I think, the point that Peter has made, that the particular impact on the people of that extra story far trumps the general impact. That I'd be inclined to say we should always, at the margin, if it's a small difference, always favor the direct abutter. So I would go with 3 in the back and 4 in the front. Reluctantly, I mean, that's what happens when you have hard choices. But I think I would go that way too.
And, I just want to be specific. I agree that this, there's going to be multifamily here, and I think you've come up with a terrific approach to this, and with the senior center, I think it's a good idea and the best alternative. So I am strongly in favor of all of that. To me, it comes down to where does the 3 and 4 stories go, and you know where I stand.
I think I'm in agreement with the rest of the board. I would prefer to see the 4 stories along Sutton Street than abutting the neighborhood.
I guess I'm just not convinced how many trees are going to be saved back there. Having walked the site, it just seems what's coming down in relation to what's staying. There'll be some mature trees that will stay, but it's not convinced it's going to be an adequate buffer.
And right, and so I think I agree. I think it's, to me, I think I agree with John. It's just more of a question of where do we err, because we could be wrong. I mean, I really don't know, but I think when we're considering the aesthetics, the lighting, the noise, the impact on the neighborhood, I'd err on the side of being cautious towards the neighborhood and less cautious with a building out front, adding another story out front. Frankly, I think people will get used to it. I think it'll just be another part of town, and people will go there and go to the senior center, and they'll buy those houses because it's in a great location, or rent those apartments. And I think it's going to be really successful. And I'm really glad that you guys chose to go this route rather than 40B or anything like that to do this public-private partnership. So I think it's great, and I think you guys will make it work.
To that last point, I also want to add that I sincerely have confidence in the ability to address that height along Sutton Street with something that I think reputationally could be quite striking. And I think it's a challenge, but I think the expertise is there, and I actually view it as an opportunity. Do something that someone else hasn't done.
Okay, so, does anybody want to make, I think you guys have a sense of, people have a sense of where we're going with this, but come up and make comments if you like.
Lynn Langton, 10 Surrey Drive. It just occurred to me when they were talking about High Street, there might be a way to actually solve this problem. We're talking about height, and we're mixing that up with floors. So on the High Street, they were talking about putting 5 stories in, and that comes in at 55 feet. And this project is talking about 4 stories in at 50 feet, right? 50 or 55? 54 feet. So if we just make the floors shorter, like they have on High Street, then you could fit the 4 stories in at a lower level.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, if I might comment, I think the big difference is they have flat roofs, and we're looking at peaked roofs. But you're right, we can fit 4 stories in 45 feet going to a flat roof. I think it's always been the preference in town to have a peaked roof because it looks more residential.
Okay, but maybe we could work with that.
well, I think we have the option to give them the permit at a certain height, and then they can change it if they want. So, okay.
We'd be happy with doing 4 and back with a flat roof and doing a peaked roof in front if that was something.
Well, I guess I'd have to see the.
I don't know if that's a better solution or not.
Well, let me ask this. So, do you have a height? Is there a height that we could, so I think we either have to limit it by stories or by height. And so
So to me, if we're talking about the stories and height of the building abutting the neighborhood, to me, it's 2 issues. One is the actual height of the peak of the roof, whether it's flat or peaked. If it's flat, it would be lower. So addresses that. But the second one is the floors of people who are looking down.
Right.
And a 4-story flat roof does not resolve the 4th floor, but
It's in the same place.
But, exactly, nor does it resolve the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd floor. But 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor is gonna be, right?
Right.
And the difference is 25%. That's substantial. So to me, the flat roof only addresses one of the 2 issues for the adjoining neighborhood. Different story out front, but that's an architectural question that I think the board has great interest in, how things present. But that's kind of what I meant by, I really have confidence in the expertise, I do, to address how can that be addressed along Sutton Street? Because along Sutton Street, we don't have to worry about the row of people looking down because they're looking at the airport. All we have to worry about is the height and the look and the appeal.
Hi, Cheryl Duffy, 59 Surrey Drive. Thank you for this discussion and for the months of doing this. I just want to address a couple of things that occurred last week at the zoning board meeting. Mr. Loth made a very long speech where, and thank you for cutting it off, because where he went was he waged somewhat of a public character assassination against myself and my family, assigning some fairly hateful opinions about the proposed or anticipated residents of that project. I want to state again, because I don't know if I said it strongly enough last week, I want to clearly state that my husband and I have no inherent issue with the people who will live there. They're going to be our neighbors. They're, I'm sure, nice people. It has nothing to do with the human beings that are going to go there. Additionally, in his monologue, he spoke about how the residents of Surrey Drive, in summary, are speaking in a superior manner as though their homes were worth north of $600,000. He actually said that. He went so far as to share that he took the time to do a market analysis of our homes and found them at a lesser value. To say that we're insulted is beyond an understatement. True, our homes are not as luxurious as the ones on Peachtree Lane where he lives. But our little neighborhood feels just as special to us. We're a small community of 2-income families working to make the dreams of their kids come true. We personally, my husband and I, have worked the past 18 years to pay off enough of that house to gain the equity to put both of our children in college. Currently, our home's equity allows us to allow our son, Eric Duffy, to go to Harvard University. If we didn't have that, he would not be there, because we couldn't afford it otherwise. I just want to highlight that history shows when putting a large complex against a small residential community, the existing home values will fall. They just will. And we all know that. Make no mistake, it would having the 4-story building behind us would have a detrimental effect on us. The decision the board makes today has a strong impact on everything you guys just spoke about, the character of our neighborhood, our outdoor life, and the financial values of our home. We need our town officials to protect us, and I respectfully urge you decide on the smaller, less powerful residents and require that the 3-story building abut our homes. And thank you for all the months and years of you doing this with us.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Duffy. I will say that I haven't been to the zoning board hearings. I think that everyone who's presented here, both the applicant, and neighbors, have been very respectful in their presentations. I think it's been a very worthwhile process, and that the ultimate product and decision is going to be a solid one that will be a benefit to the neighborhood, to the town, and to the region. So,
I would like to say that from my perspective, I'm not weighing this as neighborhood against the applicant. I'm just not. I want to thank the residents who have brought to our attention issues of great importance to them. I think it has helped me. I think it has helped my fellow board members. It's been constructive and substantive. And I also want to thank the applicant for bringing what I think is enormous talent to the table for what you've just heard all of us say is a project we're in support of. And I will say that to me, it's not one against the other. I think we can balance both. And there's a sacrifice on the part of both, but my biggest bet is on the applicant to make it work. And I think it's a good bet, and I think you'll prove that right.
okay.
Patrick Duffy, 59 Surrey Drive. Quick question. Last week at the Conservation Commission meeting, there was a discussion about the wetland on 59 Surrey Drive and whether the construction of this project or later, once after construction, if there will be any effect on the wetland. And is that something that this board puts into their special permit, that there'll be monitoring of that situation and ensuring that there's not detrimental effect on the wetland and our property?
It sounds like that would be Concom's jurisdiction. If it's in the wetland, that would be Concom, I believe.
Do they issue some kind of permit that it would have this kind of wording in it?
They're going to be issuing a permit on the multifamily, which actually has close proximity to the off-site wetland. So they'll be doing that. Just to let you know too, their permit had to go through peer review consultant review, which looked at stormwater, wetlands, things like that too. So they're using the same consultant, they're using the same information, but they take that specialized look at the effect on the wetland.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
But at least if you look at the draft decision, it does include provisions for a construction monitor and environmental monitor.
Yeah, definitely during construction. I mean, there's monitoring during construction. And then we've also had a review of the stormwater that it shouldn't have an impact. Okay, so let's go one by one. Let's start with notice of decision, common driveway special permit. Do you guys, should we,
In terms of if
are we ready to close the public hearings, or do we want to review the decisions first? Why don't we close the public, is there anything else anybody wants to say? Nothing? Okay.
I just have a question.
Yes.
As far as the site plan we have for the buildings, if we're suggesting that the floors be swapped, does
Well-
the site plan we have need to be changed to reflect that?
No, I think what we can do is put in conditions that approving it with the plans as is, but the back building can only be 3 stories. And the front building can be up to 4 stories.
Right, in each condition, in each decision that discusses building heights, things like that, we'll have to make modifications
Yeah.
to meet that.
Okay, so we'll go through that with the decisions, and then just please make sure that we're giving the adequate heights for those.
So before we close it, the
Yeah.
applicant's been very patient as
Yeah.
we've gone back and forth. Do you have any other comments? Because I'm all ears if you do.
No, thank everybody for their time, and like we've seen on other projects, you know, it's always an iterative approach between the applicant, the board, and the neighbors, and it seems like, even though sometimes there's some agita, it's a process that generally works, at least in this town, and at the end of the day, you end up with hopefully the best project you can get out of it. So thank everybody else's patience and input as well.
Okay. So can we get a motion to close? Let's do each of these. So let's motion to close the applications for special permit, site plan review, shared common driveway, parking on separate lots, satellite parking lot for the senior center, 1 Surrey Drive, 477 Sutton, 505 and 0 Sutton.
As stated.
Okay, motion made. We get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that hearing is closed. We get a motion to close the public hearing. Application for special permit, site plan review, multifamily housing, common driveway, modification of landscaping requirements for off-street parking, reduction in parking, and construction of new building exceeding 2,000 square feet for 505 Sutton Street Redevelopment LLC.
As stated.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, let's do these one at a time. Notice of drive decision, common driveway special permit for senior center. And this is the applicant seeks a common driveway special permit to allow a shared driveway along access to a senior center through a single curb cut at 477 and 505 Sutton Street. Property is located in the Business 2 zoning district. This is the petition of the town of North Andover.
And the handwritten 28 and 33.
So actually have to explain those. So in the site plan review, modification of parking standards and special permit section, under condition 28, I would like to insert that language that says applicant shall submit draft documentation concerning a declaration of cross easements, restrictions, and covenants or equivalent. It would be that same documentation for that same language here, and that's something that I missed.
All right, so that's from notice of decision, site plan review, and modification of parking standards. So that's gonna say applicant shall submit draft documentation concerning a declaration of cross easements, restrictions and covenants.
Or equivalent between the project owner and
And the senior center, which
Yes.
shall identify obligations for construction, maintenance, management, and other requirements for access, egress, driveways to the planning department, DPW, and town council for review and approval. So that's gonna be in addition to what's in number 15, or in replacement, Monica.
that would be in addition to 15.
Okay, as just another paragraph, as part of it, okay?
Sorry. Sorry about that. That replaces 15.
That replaces 15,
Yes.
okay. So 15 is gonna be struck, and we're gonna use what's 28 in, as I just read,
Yes.
okay?
And then further down, I have an addition.
Yeah,
That would be, it's mislabeled, actually, and it's from the site plan review modification of parking standards special permit. I have it labeled 1, so I have the misnumbering there.
okay.
But I need to add,
So you're adding to the common driveway.
Yes.
The applicant and/or project owner shall submit documentation concerning a declaration of cross easements, restrictions, and covenants or equivalent between the project owner, 505 Sutton Street, and project owner Senior Center,
Exactly.
which shall identify obligations for construction, maintenance, management, and other requirements for access, egress, driveways. The document shall be recorded with the Northern Essex Registry of Deeds, and applicant shall provide the planning department 2 copies of the recorded document.
Right, and that
will be
must-
added in a paragraph prior to any site work and construction?
exactly.
Okay.
And those are the 2 changes I'm suggesting for the common driveway special permit for the senior center.
Any comments on that, Jean?
No,
Okay.
it's
Oh.
closed, it's me.
Gotcha.
That's not me.
All right.
Looks like the formatting's a little bit off, number 14. It looks like that should really just be a separate heading that says special conditions. It's no longer part of permit definitions.
Right. I'll make that change.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone? All right, so could we get a motion to approve the common driveway special permit for 77 and 505 Sutton Street as amended?
As one.
Moved. Can we get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's approved. Let's do notice of decision, site plan review and modification of parking standards, special permits, petition of Town of North Andover, 1 Surrey Drive, 477, 505, and 0 Sutton Street.
I'm sorry, which one did you move on to again?
The senior center, site plan review and modification of parking
good.
standards.
So I have,
And on page 6, you've got some handwritten notes.
yes, so where it says number 1, I need to change that and then renumber.
Right. And the check by 28.
That's the paragraph that was copied over to the first.
Yeah,
Yes,
is
that
that
was that
staying,
one.
is that staying in here?
That one is staying in.
It's gonna be in both?
Yes.
Okay, and the one that's circled, marked 1, is going to leave this document?
No, that one's going to be.
It's gonna just be renumbered and stay in this one
Exactly,
as
and all
well?
the subsequent numbers will be in order.
Okay. Okay. Construction monitor, environmental monitor, good. Does the town actually post a bond?
They did for the field project that you
Yeah.
did recently, but you've had projects in the past where they haven't, so.
Do we,
Is that, how does that work? Is it the town or is it just the contractor?
It was the
that-
contractor in the fields project that posted the bond.
okay, so let's leave it. I guess if the town wants to waive it, they can come back and ask it to be waived, but we'll just leave it for now.
I like all the findings of fact. That's very robust, so, very good. I think it helps anytime people understand the logic of our decision, because it's well laid out, so.
Okay. Any additional comments, questions? Okay, could we get a motion to approve the notice of decision, site plan review and modification of parking standards, special permits, petition of Town of North Andover, 1 Surrey Drive, 477, 505, and 0 Sutton Street as amended?
Yes, as stated.
Motion made.
Second?
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
It's approved, okay. Let's do, Monica, in the common driveway. Is that gonna be the next easiest one to do? Let's do that, let's do common driveway.
I don't have a common driveway.
I'll share, I'll share with you. All right, this is notice of decision, common driveway, special permit petition.
Multifamily,
All right, petition of Sutton Street Redevelopment LLC, yes, for the multifamily,
Right.
to allow shared driveway along access to a multifamily development.
So the same edits, or at least the same clauses that we inserted for the other common driveways. So if you look under condition 14,
So we're replacing condition 14 with condition 32 from the special permit, draft
Right,
special
from the-
permit. And we're adding condition 33 from the draft special permit,
it'll
which are
be
the same.
32 if you look at the site plan review, multifamily, parking, screening, and landscape social permits. It's, that's under the Sutton Street Redevelopment LLC. So again, the same wording as applicants shall submit draft documentation concerning a declaration of cross easements, restrictions, and covenants or equivalent between the project owner, 505 Sutton Street, and project owner, Senior Center, which shall identify applications for construction, maintenance, management, and other requirements for access egress driveways to the Planning Department, DPW, and Town Council for review and approval.
Okay, so that one will replace number 14.
Exactly.
Okay, and then what are we adding?
Okay, and then you're adding condition number 33 from the Senior Center,
Okay. So we're,
and that one is for.
yeah, please state it, can you just read it? So we
Yes.
have it.
And go back to that one. And that is, the applicant and/or project owner shall submit documentation concerning a declaration of cross easements, restrictions, and covenants or equivalent between the project owner 505 Sutton Street and project owner Senior Center, which shall identify obligations for construction, maintenance, management, and other requirements for access egress to the driveway. The document shall be recorded with the Northern Essex Registry of Deeds, and the applicant shall provide the planning department with 2 copies of the recorded documents. And so that will be added to, should be added to prior to any site work and construction.
Okay.
Add John's name to the.
Yes, that one fell off of that page, so I'll correct that.
John is here and voting.
Yes.
All right. All right, can we get a motion to approve as amended? Literally written
I
out
got a
of the.
little inter-happy.
Okay, can we get a motion to approve as amended? Okay.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Let's do height waiver special permit. I'd like everyone to give specific review to the findings of fact, because I think we should be specific as to why. So the request is to allow a height waiver for construction of 2 4-story residential, which we're going to allow, but only in certain locations. So I want to be clear in our findings of fact of why we're doing that and where we're allowing it. So let's just keep an eye on that. as we
Yes,
look through.
because you're going to want to make sure that for buildings 1, 2, and 3, you specify which 2 of those.
Yes, as we'll see here on the front, I guess as a 3-story building, building 1 doesn't require the height waiver, so we should probably modify the front page here to be buildings 1 and 2, if we want the building 1 to be 4 now.
Correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, building 1 is the building on Sutton Street, is that correct?
Correct.
Building 2 is the one, the perpendicular one closest to China Blossom, and building 3 is the one close, at the rear, closest to Surrey Street.
Yes.
Okay, so we want, after a public hearing, giving on the above date and upon motion, blah, 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 a height waiver special permit for the following multifamily residential garden-style structures, building 1, building 2. Okay? So then on page 2, building 2 and building 3 should be amended to building 1 and building 2 in the second line. As far as I can tell, everything else stays the same.
Well, if you look under, on page 3.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just on page 2 still.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everything else stays the same on page 2. Sorry, yeah, one page at a time. Now I'm looking at page 3.
I think item number 4, the finding fact that has to be flipped around.
Yes.
Okay, so, the 3-story building, so that should say, these are the findings of fact, right? 3-story building is situated abutting Surrey Drive, right? To minimize the massing along
The residential neighborhood.
the residential neighborhood.
Would you like to add that would be building 3, that would, to that?
Yes.
For clarification?
So building 3, the 3-story building is situated along Surrey Drive to minimize the massing along the residential neighborhood. The building 2, a 4-story building, is located to the East of the site. And Building 1 is located along.
Building 1, a 4-story building,
Building 1, a 4-story building, is located along
Sutton Street,
Sutton Street.
period.
Well, I'm just wondering if we should describe Sutton Street. Building 1 is being along a major road
I see.
in a commercial area
Correct,
across
yes.
from an airport.
Yes, thank you.
Right? So
Explain.
right,
Yes.
why we're doing that, right? So Building 1 is a 4-story building, is coming from a commercial area along a major road across from an airport. We can cross off the 4-story buildings we're talking about, get rid of that stuff. But keep the addition of high and low canopy landscaping and utilizing offset wooded buffers between the developed portions of the residential lots allows for appropriate screening for the Surrey Street neighborhood.
And I think we keep number 8 as currently described, right? Landscape plan.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to put something in that, because we made this change, it's before anything starts, they have to revise the plans to reflect?
Well, I think that was Kate's question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we have to or not, because I'm not sure. I mean, do you want revised plans? Do you want to, I guess they should, I guess it's probably
At
good.
some point, you have to
Right.
revise them, because the plans are part of the record, the file, and so if you go back and look, the only thing we have that reflects something different is this, so I think we kind of need some update to the plans at some point to reflect which are the heights of which buildings.
So could that be part of 10, under the special conditions, that any revisions, or maybe we could say, any revisions including?
Well, any revisions shall be submitted to the planning department for review. And then it says so there are going to be revisions, right?
Right.
If these revisions are
Right.
deemed substantial, the developer must submit revised plans to the planning board. But
I mean, I was thinking prior to any site work that they just have to come and modify the plans to reflect building heights, that's all. Simple-
Okay,
simple
where do we put
statement.
that?
I think you can put it under prior to any site work in that section.
Okay.
You could add a new item and just renumber them.
But I do think we should at least state, or at least the planning department should, the planning director should know that revisions that incorporate what we're talking about, they shouldn't have to come back for
Right.
insubstantial change or any sort of modification.
So what you're saying is the submission of plans reflecting the changes that you're making today should be.
Prior to site work.
Yeah, because we want, I mean, again, years down the road,
Right.
when we're all going, for some reason, we have to go back and look at it, we want to reference the right set of plans. We don't just come back and say, wait a second, the plans say this,
Yeah.
but what got built was that, yeah.
Okay. That's all I see, Monica. When you have the re-amended draft, can you send it to me just so I can check to make sure that it's in conformance with what we've decided? Okay, can we get a motion to approve as amended?
Yes.
Motion made to approve the notice of, the height waiver special permit for 505 Sutton Street as amended. Motion made. We got second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, last one. Notice of decision, site plan review, multifamily housing, reduction in the parking and screening and landscaping special permits. Again, I'd like to look through this with the same eye.
So paragraph 6.
Mm-hmm.
2/3 of the way down. 3-story building situated along Sutton Street. You have to change that to 4-story. And replace minimize massing along key commercial to say,
So I'd like, so why don't
use
we?
the same wording.
Yeah, why don't we take the
Yeah.
language that we took, that we did in, it's number 4 of the.
Great.
Of the height waiver special permit, and put that into, number 6, starting at where the 3-story building is. So cut from the 3-story building down, cut that, and put in everything we just put in for number 4. Do we have a decision yet from the zoning board, like a filed decision yet, or just that they granted the?
I know they were drafting it after, I don't know if it's filed yet.
If it does get filed before this is finalized, if we could just reference it and with number 23, it says that the zoning board has granted 2 setbacks, but if we actually have the decision, it's
Okay, and I can add the.
reference,
the-
dated decision.
Of course.
If we don't, that's okay. So there's some handwritten notes here, Monica. Are there anything we're adding or changing?
No,
Those were the
the
changes
notes
for the
were
other?
from this was language that we were taking from this decision and placing in the other ones.
Fine. Okay, can we get a motion to approve as amended?
The
Oh,
other thing
one more.
is the inclusion of the thing we just talked about, the other one about the inclusion of the updated plan.
Oh, yes.
Put in this one, so-
Yep, so let,
Under prior to issuance of site work, building permit or construction.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, John. Okay,
Motion to approve as described and
Hold on.
amended.
Sorry. Under, I just want to check something. Just want to make sure, because I want to have the language from 33 on the senior center instead of number 39. I'd like, let me go back to that one.
the senior center site plan review.
Yes.
All right, so instead of 39, you'd like, the applicant and/or project owner shall submit documentation concerning a declaration of cross easements, restrictions, and covenants or equivalent between the project owner, 505 Sutton Street, and project owner senior center, which shall identify obligations for construction, maintenance, management, and other requirements for access, egress driveways. The document shall be recorded with the Northern Essex Registry of Deeds, and the applicant shall provide the planning department with 2 copies of the recorded documents.
Yes.
You want that in there instead of number 39?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, motion to approve site plan review, multifamily housing, reduction in parking, screening, and landscaping special permit, petition of Sutton Street redevelopment, 505 Sutton Street, as amended.
Motion as described.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All motions approved unanimously. Thank you very much to everyone who participated in this hearing. Let's take a 3-minute recess, and then we'll get back and we'll finish the rest of the agenda. 3 minutes, 4 minutes? I just use the bathroom. We'll do the Princeton property one, and I think we'll do
Except that one hearing where I remember Tim LaFawn got up and the first thing you said was good morning, because it was after midnight.
Yeah, this could be one of our later ones here. We still have a ways to go. I'm tired of gnawing on Aaron's I've been trying to do a low-carb diet, low carbs and sugar. And generally, it's not been as bad as I thought it would be, at least so far. But it's different, you know? I had a kale salad for lunch. Wow. But I did have chicken with it, so there you go. But, yeah. Fill you up. Yeah. So. Pepperoni for snack, that's pretty decent. But it's like, that's where it's hard, because you always used to have it, like, something like, you know, chips or ice cream or something like that is your snack. Oh.
You have to find the right flavor.
Yeah. I'm not sure, it was actually pretty good, but I'm not sure I'm gonna do it again.
My kids also love roasted seaweed, which is actually really good.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're salty, so we told to do that extra salt boost temptation for like sweets.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, I would eat both of them. So.
Yeah. Actually, one of the things they say with paleo is you can eat cheese. I like cheese, so, but probably too much of it, so. That's right, that's the paleo, yeah, that's where it came from.
I prefer to think that we've evolved from that, so.
But my daughter's now she is always like Brussels sprouts a certain way or cauliflower a certain way. I usually like that stuff, but you know, I'm starting to eat it. I'm starting to come around with it. So.
Only was in piece 7. Rogan, that's on here too, right? Yeah. Rogan.
So when we call this, because we call it here,
Okay.
we call it here.
Okay. Alright, thank you.
All right, back in session. We are going to do 1210 Osgood Street, Princeton Development LLC, request an insubstantial change to allow for phased leasing operations in the residential buildings. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Brown from Princeton Properties. With me is Dan Brenner from NRP, our general contracting, and our groups are also partners in the ownership, so we wear lots of hats. I know you have a lot on the agenda tonight, so I'll be quick and short about this. I spent a lot of time working through this with Gene. We started here in 2016, and we're finally coming to the end. We're about to open our our first residential building, Building D. And so as Gene and I looked at the conditions of the special permit, they really weren't drafted in a manner that you could have a building-by-building certificate of occupancy. They just were more broadly drafted. So again, with Gene's assistance, we went through these critical conditions, and they're 77 through 82, and came up with a language, and they had to do with everything from verifying heights, grades, lighting, stormwater management, sewer connections, things of that nature. And we just broke them down to say, for the first 3 buildings, we would provide verification of all these on a building-by-building basis. And then as we came to the 4th building, we'd say, then at that point, we'll verify, for instance, all retaining walls all throughout the entire site, all stormwater management systems throughout the entire site. So that was the kind of catch-all to pick up all issues related to various features that may not be related to a particular building, namely a retaining wall, or there could be lighting down on our common access drive. So that's the mechanism that we came up with to allow us to issue certificates of occupancy on a building-by-building basis. We felt it was a fair way to do it. It's going to have all the criteria that the original special permit had, and it just is broken down again on a building-by-building basis. As we were going through this, just kind of for cleanup purposes, Gene and I noticed that this permit was originally issued in 2016 as a special permit, a number of permits, and then modified in 2018. And when the permit was modified in 2018, some of the 2016 conditions were inadvertently omitted. So where you see 43A to 43C, those were just conditions that were in the 2016 permit that we just modified into the 2018 permit. Nothing has really changed. It's exactly as written in the 2016 permit. So that was more housekeeping.
Specifies all decisions are related in every single decision, so it's already caught. I just wanted to bring it to light so that somebody doesn't forget they have to go back to that 16 permit. It's just carrying forward in this document.
So that's really about it. At the end, I kind of summarized, we've been coming here for a long time, various aspects of the site that the board may or may not be aware of. We're 90% done on the improvements to Osgood Street with regards to the traffic light is functioning. We're nearing final grading and striping. Some curbing remains on the other side of Barker Street. For the time being, because now we're still finishing up some interior construction work, we've created a separate residential and construction lane so that the residents that are coming in and out don't have to interact with construction vehicles. So we've worked hard with that. And again, we have that both for access and for parking. So we have separate parking and construction operational areas separate from the residential areas. The site does have a common trash compacting system and a trash pickup system. It's located on the north side of the site, not really near this Building D, which we're looking to open. So for the time being, we're just going to have a trash pickup receptacle, a large dumpster that'll be located on Building D, and arrangements will be made with a local trash removal service to service Building D until we get the trash compactor and refuse removal system, which is actually over by Building E.
Okay. Gene, are you comfortable with these conditions as outlined?
Jeff had submitted one I certainly went through it in detail, and I have modified it, so this includes everything that I recommended.
Okay. And then I also want to talk about the stormwater, the comments from conservation as well.
So it's not, there's this, but what are we exactly being asked to change? I'm still confused.
So today, the decision contemplated all buildings being occupied at the same time. And so our prior to occupancy is an engineer and an architect sign off that the whole site has been completed in accordance.
That's what I get.
Okay.
And I'm fine with it, I guess, but what in this whole 4 page of stuff directly articulates that? And it's not usually something I've seen where we take a developer's letter and approve that, I guess.
Okay.
So do we have something that's our own document that says this is
So
what
each
we're
of those
approving?
conditions are the conditions that are prior to a CO in the original decision. So each one references whatever the first one is, 77.
The 6 reference the original decision.
The original
The
decision,
paragraphs of the original
what's
decision.
required prior to a CO. So each one further adds to each of those saying, building by building.
So they took out, so right now, all these conditions are already in the decision. And the decision says you have to do all of these before you get a CO. Now, the amended decision would say you have to do all of these things for each building before you get a particular
And this-
CO for that particular building.
And this
It just
isn't what
breaks
you've
it
been
down by-
approving,
to
we'd
each
write the
building.
document. If you authorize us to incorporate these in an insubstantial change, we'd write it as it's.
So you'd have a decision
We'd have
for
a
us to
decision.
approve rather than us approving
Which would
the
be.
applicant's letter.
feeling good about approving a
Okay.
developer's letter.
Okay.
It's sort of like not laid out the way we normally lay them out. I can't see, I mean, again, it's probably, I think it's fine,
Yep.
and I think it's all in there, but it's just, I just don't feel comfortable
So
signing off on
tonight, we're
something
just
that-
hearing about it, and then we would vote on this, a decision at the next meeting?
To draft the decision at the next meeting.
Okay.
We could do that. And the insubstantial change, we include a condition to have it recorded at the registry so that it becomes part of the record in a recorded fashion.
So then why don't we, so if we could draft these into, make it as a modified special permit with the red line.
Just to give you some comfort, we went through this in April. You do have an April decision on an insubstantial change
That's what it
that follows this exact model that Gene then drafted a background, findings of fact,
Right.
and then built in the conditions from my letter.
Right. So I didn't bring that to the meeting last time either. It was direction based on this to create that, but we can bring it.
We have that.
Yeah.
So, go ahead. I guess one question I would ask you, this is a broader question, given, and I haven't been out there lately, so I honestly have no idea what it looks like out in the field, but are you totally comfortable that this can be sort of leased incrementally while work is still going on and there's not going to be a problem?
I'm confident that that can be the case if it's on the timeline they're projecting. I'm not so sure. So you would not see the first building in any state that would be able to be occupied at this time. So
Right.
this conditions, all the landscape and the lighting, all that has to be in place. And
So, okay, so
So I
fine,
will-
so it's a question of, I think, and this is maybe something you got to get into the decision, is that you're not going to pass on any individual building unless you're satisfied that the general site can accommodate it.
Right.
Yeah.
that each one of these
Yeah.
is there, and the separation of construction vehicles versus residential vehicles is in place.
Right, and then there's enough parking, so if you open one building, that building, there's enough
Yeah,
parking associated with
yeah.
that
I mean, we
building to
just,
accommodate.
So
the
this-
worst thing possible would be it's incomplete and we're letting people live there
So-
before it's.
Kind of related to that point, the point I was going to make is, I mean, I don't think I've seen a case like this since I've been on the board. I haven't been on the board long compared to you, John, but normally we do a decision, they go off and build it, it's done, we never go back. But here, we did a decision, they went and built, they're coming back for another decision, and it's raising a question in my mind, is this rise to the level of, okay, oftentimes when we do a decision, we often say, hey, we'd like to have a site visit. Does this rise to the level of a site visit to see what it is we're doing a decision on? And the board may say, no, we get it.
I mean, the basic, I think the question is, the threshold question is, originally, I think we probably thought this would all be done approximately at the same time, so we could prove in its totality, and that's usually the norm, but for a commercial sort of thing. But For a residential subdivision, you never do it that way because you build the houses gradually over time. So, you know, you release the lots periodically.
Or you do it as part of like a master plan like RTG did, I mean,
Yeah.
do each one, but I mean, this is like they did it all together, and now they're opening them each
Yeah, I
separate.
mean, I don't have a
Seems fine to me.
problem them opening it, but we have to be, we control the decision about whether we sign off on it, and it's not a perfunctory thing, we take a little bit of risk. You take a little bit of risk by doing it piecemeal, but it may be logical under the circumstances. I'm okay with allowing that, but I would say Gene and Monica and the rest of the staff have to look at it and be absolutely sure, you know, you maybe bring fire and police in, that, are you okay with letting people live here at this?
So the certificate of occupancy process is, it does go to all those departments.
Yeah.
The fire has to sign off, DPW, buildings, conservation, health, every department signs off on a CO. Ours would just be contingent on this revised decision. And Peter, I would say you've never seen this because you haven't permitted multi-families on one lot, and the decision that you just approved has a condition in it saying if they want to pursue phased occupancies, they'd have to come to the planning board and present a plan similar to this. And the only reason that condition's there is because we just experienced it.
And so again, it's back to my question, does this rise to the threshold, or anybody on the board is interested in a site visit associated with this decision or not?
For me, it doesn't. I mean, I drive by there pretty much every day, so
Yeah.
I kind of have a sense of where the buildings are in relation to each other. So I think if you do it right, and because right now they have a separate entrance, when you go in, you can go one way if you're like construction and one way to go to like the leasing area. I think you can divvy it off in a way that it'll work. They just have to have a plan, which they do.
And Peter, I would add that if you were to go to base your decision, you're not going to find conditions that you would say, I'd give it a CO. That's not going to happen for another month.
No, I
And it would be
understand that.
based on
Yeah,
this, so.
right.
I think I'd rather leave it up to the building department and the planning department.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm good with
I
that.
would too. I did have one other question though, and it gets at, I mean, the simple question is, what's going on with the commercial piece? I know you don't own that and it's separate, but it's part of the same property. Is there any movement on that?
I
Or
won't steal Jean's thunder, but I know she's met with Bob Bolin, who is the principal of Forgetta Development. As I understand through Bob, they now have active leases on 90% of the development and are anxious to get going. I know their plan is to have foundations in by November. We need to remove some of our, we had stored some of our stormwater management equipment on site, but it's sequencing properly so that that's coming off the Forgetta property and into the ground on our site.
because ultimately, I mean, the narrow case of that is, I know the aisle of parking and everything between the commercial and the residential, it's like, is that being built now, or is that gonna wait until? Yeah, okay, this paving, okay.
It's the last phase of the buildings that would come
Yeah.
online. So we did meet, they raised a little bit concern, one of the buildings was a standalone building, was going to be a bank. They're getting other inquiries, maybe not a bank, something else. Depending on that, they might have to come back. Other than that, they're hoping to do the foundations on the other buildings, except for that, hopefully in November. And so the coordination with these guys and all their construction equipment is, I gave this plan to them, and they can have internal discussions to make sure that they can get it done.
I'd like to add the conditions as, if Amy, so there were some concerns from conservation about stormwater running and groundwater running into and with contaminants. So we have some conditions that are being recommended. And I see the applicant has made some potential changes to those.
And I reviewed this with Amy.
Yeah.
She was fine with it. The only change she recommended instead of stormwater,
Yeah.
to call it intercepted groundwater.
Okay.
Because in addition to rain, it's also groundwater itself.
So should it be stormwater and intercepted groundwater, or just intercepted?
Intercepted groundwater,
Okay.
that's what's being caught.
So can you put those conditions in as well, and then we'll review the draft, we'll review that on the next date, and then we can issue it then?
I have one question about the certificates of occupancy. Are those going to be considered separate buildings, like a full certificate of occupancy, or is it a temporary, and then the whole development would fall under a full once?
So I would leave that to the building commissioner, whether he can issue a full one versus a temporary. In our environment, I don't think it matters whether it's temporary. If they satisfy all this, if it has to be temporary, I think it satisfies it for temporary or permanent. Our requirements would be for either.
Okay.
I think the only I clarify for the board, because Gene and I worked on this, and there are comments by Amy, and they talk about us, on the southerly part of the property, that is the area of wetland, and they want, Amy wants us to have provision so that residents cannot get down there, so we've actually proposed 2 phases. As the project is being constructed, we're going to have construction fencing down there. All the pumps and things like that will be in an enclosed environment. And then eventually, based on the plans, the entire retaining wall will have a 6-foot-high cedar fence. So eventually, it'll go from a temporary construction fencing to permanent fencing on top of the retaining wall so that people can't get down there.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will do new public hearing for High Street RCG West Mill NA LLC, application for modification of a sub-district A definitive master plan special permit for Phase 1 under Section 195 18.9 through 18.2 and 195 10.7, the North Andover zoning bylaw. The applicant requests a special permit to allow for the use of a barber shop within the first floor retail area. Property is located in the ISGB R4 and Downtown Overlay District. Hello.
Hello, I'm Tanya Hartford with RCG. As you stated, we would like to put a barber shop in the retail space. We have Anthony Sedere. We're from Restoration Barber, who's a local barber here in North Andover. And we found that barbershops, personal service uses, are not allowed in this zone. They are allowed in the PDD, so we do have one at the East Mill. We have some personal service uses on the east side. We don't have any on the west side. It's not allowed in the sub-district A. So we figured that it was probably an oversight. We feel like it's a complementary use to what's there. It allows for people who work there and live there to go and get their hair cut. And I think it's well within the intent of the zoning district. So we would just ask, with your permission, to get a special permit to allow that.
Anybody got any questions, comments? Seems fine. Any members of the public have any questions or comments? I'm shaking my head no. Good. All right. So let's get a draft decision. We'll keep the. We don't have a draft decision, do we? Right. So let's get a draft decision for our next meeting. Is that possible?
Okay.
I don't see anything else to do on it.
So do we have to keep the public hearing? We can't just vote to approve it?
Well, we don't have a permit. We don't have any language to approve.
Okay.
So I don't know what I would actually be approving, because we actually need to write up the language to actually give the special permit. So
okay.
We'll do that at the next meeting. So,
okay.
I don't see any problems.
Okay.
So feel free to do whatever you have to do on your end, but I don't see any problems.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, continue to October 1st. I anticipate we'll close and vote. Okay, next, new public hearing, 0 Chickering Road, 137 Andover Street, trustees of reservation, application for site plan review, special permit under section 195 8.11A 3 and 10.7 the North Andover zoning bylaw. That language needs to be corrected there. The applicant requests a special permit to allow for the repurposing of an existing 24-foot by 60-foot shed to become a visitor center, parking for 60 cars and associated landscaping. Property is located in the R3 zoning district.
I need to recuse myself. I am in a butter to the trustee property.
Okay.
I'm a member of the trustees. Do I need to recuse myself?
I'm also a member of the trustees.
So we have 2 people that are members of the trustees. 3. I think we all So that we have 4 people who are members of the trustees. Do any of you have any financial impact or effect on this decision?
No.
I don't think so. So I think what everyone who's a member should do is file a disclosure that you're a member of the trustees and that you feel that you don't have a conflict.
Okay, can you assist us with the form to?
Yeah, there should be a
do that?
form. Suzanne? I'm not only a butter, but I'm also a member. No hair club for men comments. No, we're not going there.
I will furnish you with the form, and that will become part of the vote packet.
Okay, now I feel bad for not being a member.
Yeah, what's going on?
Apparently, I'm just trying to be unbiased. All right. God, it's getting late. All right, go ahead.
Good evening to the board. My name is Elizabeth Curie-Soul. I'm a project manager with the Trustees of Reservations, and I'm here tonight with a couple of my colleagues, Kathy McDonald, who is the director of the Stevens Coolidge Place. I'm also here with Deb Colbert, a civil engineer with Hancock Associates, as well as Scott Thornton, who's a traffic engineer with Van Ness Associates. And Scott is here to answer any questions the board may have on the traffic report that they produced. So this evening's presentation, and I apologize that I do have a little presentation given the hour, unfortunately. It's intended to provide an introductory overview to the board about the trustees' proposed public garden rejuvenation project at the Stevens Coolidge Place. So I'm just going to briefly go over our master plan and then jump into the application that you all have in front of you today.
Okay, and I think for tonight's purposes, kind of overview would be very good. I'm not sure how much we're going to get into traffic and all that stuff tonight.
Okay.
So I think tonight would really be good for overview, and then we can come back and talk about, I do want to come back and really delve into, and we can kind of move you up at the next hearing, maybe delve into traffic, and then really some of the neighbor concerns. So I know there have been some emails that presented about noise, about stormwater and things like that. So I think I want you guys to look at those and talk with, and us to look at those, and then come back and really kind of talk about those. So tonight overview would be great.
Okay, great. So starting with our conceptual master plan. The master plan is the outcome of long-term planning efforts informed by multiple planning and design consultants, listening sessions hosted by the trustees with North Andover residents as well as trustees members, focus groups and surveys, as well as ongoing meetings with neighbors. I wanted to identify a couple of existing site issues. So starting with our existing parking lot, which is located across the street from the historic house located here, across the street at the intersection of Chestnut Street and Andover Street. We currently find that our existing parking lot is both confusing and dangerous for our visitors. It's very close to the intersection of Chestnut and Andover Street. And it has poor sight lines for folks who are entering and exiting on Chestnut Street. And then once our visitors park in the parking lot, they must cross heavily trafficked Andover Street, and we have had accidents in the past. We also have a limited capacity in that parking lot, and overflow parking in the past has impacted Andover Street and our residents, and our neighbors, and added to the congestion of the old center. I also wanted to address that upon arrival, our visitors are not welcomed or oriented to the site in any formal capacity. There's no existing infrastructure that allows for us to introduce both new and existing visitors to the history of Stevens Coolidge Place or its value as an ecological site. And also, the Stevens Coolidge Place property is actually currently very underutilized. So I have a little diagram here in our top corner. The red line represents the property extents of the Stevens Coolidge Place, which is actually 91-acre property. And the orange here represents what's currently activated. That's the historic core, so 137 Andover Street as well as the historic gardens. So the property actually extends past Chickering Road And we have this huge underutilized parcel. So currently, it had been rented out to farmers. Currently, it's not activated. So there's a lot of opportunity there for adding to our nesting bird habitat program, as well as creating new recreational trails.
And where is that?
So I'm really referring to this parcel right here. So this is the historic core,
Yeah.
the historic house right here, Chickering Road. And then this is that.
So on the red line property to the west of Chickering, the point closest to Chickering, can you show that with your laser on this map? Just the red part near Chickering on the larger map.
Okay. So this is Chickering on this map.
Yeah,
And let's see, this is the intersection of Dufton,
yeah.
which is this intersection right here. And the property line on this side is about here. So this line here is about here. Does that make sense? So the elements of our proposed master plan include a new primary visitor entry off of Chickering Road, right here. A new gravel parking area for about 60 cars, it's shown in our conceptual plan about here. Planned overflow parking within the core of the property for about 100 cars. Visitor orientation and public restroom space, which we're showing on our plan about here.
Where is the location for the 100 cars you just mentioned?
It would be an informal parking area within the field right here. So this is, obviously, this is a conceptual master plan. I can show it again on our, what's actually been submitted in our application.
That's off of Chickering? Is that where it's the entrance?
Yes, so the new proposed entry would be off of Chickering Road. Perfect, thank you, Monica. Would be off of Chickering Road. So you can't actually see any adjoining intersections on this map, but here's our property line, that same line that I pointed out here.
So can you go with your laser on the large map here? What is the vertical street that we can see? That street, what is
This,
that?
so that's the proposed entry drive.
Aha.
Yes.
Not existing.
So this is not existing.
Got it.
So this is an existing lane right here. This is Wood Lane.
Got it.
And there is a paper street for Wood Lane that extends here and actually extends on the far side of Chickering Road.
Super.
We have a 1931 town vote that calls for the abandonment of this exact portion of the road.
And I don't want to skip ahead, but with that being your entry from Chickering, are you also proposing that it becomes a through street to Andover?
No.
No, okay.
No, absolutely not.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you pick that alignment because that was where the paper street was, or did you pick that alignment for a different reason?
So as I said, this is really a concept of where the road might go. So what we've actually landed with, which I'll go over in our plan, the alignment of the road is different because it responds to site conditions.
Right.
So specifically, we've got wetland, an intermittent stream right here, and then we also have wetland right here.
Okay.
So the final design of the entry road responds to that.
That's fine, thanks.
Yeah. Let's see. So then we have our new visitor center space, which is that 1,400 square foot reused, proposed reused tractor shed. We have proposed accessible site circulation connecting the visitor center to expanded gardens. And of course, it's a public garden project, so we're proposing expanded public gardens, including a considered event space for outdoor events, as well as new family-oriented garden design rooms. Part of this project is also the preservation and restoration of the historic house, as well as the considerable collection of artifacts and furnishings that reside within the house currently. And finally, as I touched on earlier, part of the master plan is to expand visitor access to the far side of Chickering Road and proposing new recreational walks, as well as expanding our managed nesting bird grassland habitat across Chickering Road. And so our goal is to have a net gain in the acreage of fields managed under this program at Stevens Coolidge Place.
Well, I understand there's a tunnel, is that from one side of the street to the
So
other?
there
Is
is
that
a
how people would
cow
get
pass.
access?
There's a cow pass that
Yeah.
the original owners had used to get their livestock to the other side of Chickering Road. Right now, it really acts as a drainage way under Chickering Road.
Is that how you'd use to access the other side, or would you be?
No, I think at some point we would have to propose a 20-car parking lot on the other side of Chickering Road. You know,
Does your property on the west side of Chickering go all the way to Waverly, or does it go beyond Waverly?
no.
Waverly, yeah.
Oh, it is Waverly?
Yeah.
Okay, but not beyond? Okay. Here it is on the town thing right here. So, it goes all the way over to Waverly, just before 114. That's the big chunk.
Yeah, I don't know, that's by my house.
So I do want to jump into the Phase 1 piece that you have in front of you all today. So this is really the first phase in a 3-year implementation plan that the trustees has proposed. Excuse me. So the actual application that you have in front of you includes that new curb cut along Chickering Road, which is, Chickering Road obviously is also Route 125. So we will be pursuing a curb cut permit with MassDOT as part of this project. MassDOT is requesting a order of conditions from this planning board before they make their determination. So we're pushing that application back until we're farther along in this process. The intersection itself was designed by Van Ness Associates and based on their traffic assessment and report they produced, as well as having the intersection meet MassDOT regulations. The curb cut does pass through the 100-foot setback. As I mentioned earlier, this is an intermittent stream wetland, and we also have a wetland here. So the curb cut does pass through that 100-foot setback, so we are pursuing an NOI with the Conservation Commission as well. During project planning, we did consider multiple points of entry and as well as possible parking lot locations, including one location that was closer to the old common. However, the concern was that that space was too restrictive and that it would impede on existing traffic at the common. We also considered an entry off of Chickering or off of Andover Street that was a former Farm Road entry to the property. However, that's within the Franklin Elementary School zone, and it was also adjacent to residences and across from private driveways, which felt like it would not really solve an existing problem. We landed on the proposed entry because we felt that it works with existing conditions by taking advantage of existing tree lines and stone walls to help screen the entrance drive and parking area. It avoids our even wetter hay fields, which are on the far side of that intermittent stream here, as well as drainage swales that were put in back when the Chickering Road was built and intersected the property. It limits the impact of construction solely to this field as opposed to all of our other fields that are being maintained as nesting bird habitat. So we intended to retain the integrity of the ecology and the scenic significance of as many fields as we could. It also maintains a distance from our property lines, so we don't have our parking area or entry road adjacent to any of our abutters. We also believe it provides a safe ingress and egress into the property with proper sight lines and distance from adjacent intersections. And it also provides us for that overflow parking, which we have located here. And this is in progress design because it's dependent on our stormwater management piece, which is also in this area.
Two questions specifically related to that. How wide a roadway is it going to be?
It's 24 feet, so it's 12 feet in either direction.
Okay. The other thing is, am I reading that you're going to plant trees on either side very closely? Is that
Yes.
trees?
So
Okay.
I apologize, this is a little bit of an older plan, but we actually are proposing trees on either side. And part of the alignment of the trees is we have dark sky regulation pole lights that we have proposed just along one side of the entry drive. So part of the alignment of the trees is intended to block the visibility of those lights from our Old Village Lane neighbors. So we do have a trustees' property entry signage proposed at the entry, of course, with the associated lighting. The gravel road, as I mentioned before, is realigned from our conceptual master plan to avoid that 100-foot wetland setback. So while we're traveling through the 100-foot wetland setback at the curb cut, we're able to get out of it relatively quickly. I mentioned the dark sky compliant light fixtures, and we're also proposing beefing up our buffer plantings at the back of Old Village Lane here. So I mentioned the 100-car overflow parking area, which would take place in this field. And it's located to avoid impact of the stormwater management strategy, which Deb will touch on in just a couple of minutes. We have our proposed 60-car gravel parking area here with 3 handicap spaces. We've also proposed a turnaround at the end of the lane here and a fire access lane here to our visitor center and also to the an existing farmhouse residence that I'll discuss in a minute. Part of this project, of course, is also accessible pedestrian circulation, connecting to the existing site circulation here.
Can I ask you a question about the 60-car gravel parking lot?
Of course.
Just so I can compare in my mind, the trustees built a gravel parking lot on Stevens Street for Wire Hill, I think in the last year. Did a great job. How many
Good.
cars is that by comparison?
Do you know, Jeremy?
I think that's in the 20 to 30 range.
Okay. Thanks.
So we're currently proposing a ADA compliant stone dust material for all of our pedestrian paving. Part of this application is this visitor center, so the reuse of an existing 5-bay tractor shed, 1,400 square foot building. We're proposing renovating it to support visitor welcoming and orientation, light retail such as grab-and-go snacks and drinks, and a workshop space for public programming, as well as 2 handicap-accessible restrooms. I also wanted to touch on this building right here. So this is a 5 Wood Lane, currently owned by the trustees, had been used as a rental property for folks in the back here. This is 5 Wood Lane right here. And this is the relationship between 5 Wood Lane and the visitor center. It's a former rental, and then the intention is to repurpose this building as office space for site staff. However, there is not currently an accessible restroom in 5 Wood Lane, and after speaking with the building inspector, we understand that it's permissible for us to use 5 Wood Lane as office space if we have a accessible connection to the proposed visitor center restrooms. So that's the design that you'll see in front of you today. So, however, that does determine a specific distance between the visitor center and 5 Wood Lane. There has to be a specific relationship between those 2 buildings. So in locating the visitor center, we've looked at multiple designs for the relationship between the 2 buildings. And after meeting with our neighbors, and we appreciate that they are concerned about having the visitor center close to their property line. We had the visitor center located here, and we've pushed it up in front of the farmhouse while still maintaining that appropriate relationship to 5 Wood Lane, as well as the accessible handicap parking here. We're also proposing a vegetated buffer. So there's currently a service road that travels right here behind the farmhouse. We're proposing removing that road except for a little turnaround at the end of Wood Lane and filling that area with a vegetated buffer. So we also heard from our Wood Lane neighbors a concern about visitors entering the Stevens Coolidge Place off of Wood Lane. And so part of our proposal includes closing off the end of the street to avoid visitors accessing the property through that route. We're proposing mixed evergreen and deciduous vegetation at the end of the paved portion. So paving of Wood Lane ends around here. And so we're proposing vegetated barrier at the end to provide a visible barrier, while still maintaining the end of that service road so that we can provide any people who might travel up this way thinking they can access the property this way, providing a turnaround for them to avoid people from turning around in our neighbors' driveways.
So is the visitor center in this particular area just because it needs to be close to this other building?
Well, so there's some big reasons why it's located in this area. So first, we're trying to activate another section of the property, and we understand, well, we landed on, of course, this entry and curb cut for multiple reasons, as well as this parking lot for multiple reasons. So this visitor center has to have a relationship, obviously, to our parking area specifically. And then the relationship to 5 Wood Lane because of the bathrooms.
And it's just, why not upgrade the bathrooms at 5 Wood Lane?
It would be a substantial financial investment.
Okay, I mean, it seems like the whole thing is probably a substantial financial investment,
Yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you were talking about Wood Lane, just, the turnaround for people who might have come in, have you had any thought about signage at the entrance to Wood Lane to say no access?
So there is currently a signage that says to the effect no through access.
Right.
But we certainly are amenable to any new signage to avoid folks driving down that street.
Just draw more attention if you place something
There is a
specific.
sign that says not, I went down there tonight because I had never been down there. And there is a sign that says not a through street, and if you go down there, there really is no place to turn around. I ended up backing up half the street before I used someone's driveway to turn back around.
I was just thinking, when you talk about the turnaround, I mean, that makes sense to me, but for the purpose of the residents on that street, if there was a way to discourage people from going down in the first place, I agree with you, the sign might make it worse, but that was my motivation.
Well, if it's up that specifically called out trustees of reservations, I think that would be bad.
Yeah.
But if there's a no-through street sign there, I think that does.
Resident parking only, something like that.
But so that's more of a town thing, right?
Yeah.
We could say resident parking only or something like that. Okay, so we can look into that, but that's outside of the permit.
Yep.
And then finally, I just wanted to touch on, of course, the new plantings that are associated with this project. So we do have a new planting that's happening within that 100-foot buffer at the entry, and those are all plants that have to be approved by the Conservation Commission as they're within the 100-foot setback. And then we have new perennial and annual gardens that are proposed along the new pedestrian path and in front of the visitor center here. And so then I would like to ask Deb to come up just to touch base on some stormwater management issues.
Quick question.
Yes.
Assuming this happens, what's the disposition of the existing parking lot at Andover and Chestnut?
So it's in discussion. One option, so first off, we need to establish that there's a new primary visitor entry. And so we probably will be closing down that existing lot for visitors. It will likely still be used by staff and volunteers. We have a really active group of volunteers there who come every week. But that's the extent of the discussion we've had about it.
And you keep the pedestrian access at the front still?
There would still be a pedestrian access at the front, yes. And that's it becomes an operations issue. How you want to manage multiple entry points.
I'll be brief. My name's Deb Colbert with Hancock Associates. We're doing the civil site design for this parking lot, grading, stormwater management. You have a peer reviewer who got back to us today at 5 o'clock, so we haven't answered her review yet. And then you also have another peer reviewer that I believe submitted this afternoon, so I haven't had a chance. But in quick review of the stormwater report review, I think that I don't have a problem, we won't have a problem answering her concerns or questions. Like with every project, you're required to handle your stormwater mitigation to make sure that post-construction is no increase in stormwater runoff, and also the recharge and attenuation is no increase, and we will be doing that by way of, we have a drainage swale here that will have rain gardens to take care of the TSS, and then we have a drainage swale that will come down to a infiltration basin and attenuate the 100-year storm and have no net increase and actually decrease the runoff post versus existing. That's my
So could you just talk a little bit about, if you look at this on the left, where do the wetlands extend and what is that line on the right-hand side?
This here?
Yeah.
This is our sedimentation control, limit of work.
Okay.
As Elizabeth noted, there is wetlands here and wetlands here. We had the wetlands delineated because the wetlands were only delineated here. So our revised plan shows that the wetlands actually, the limit of wetlands comes down further, so that none of this runoff will be going into any of the buffer zones.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll take we'll take public comment. This is what I'd like to see though. So I don't think we're gonna get any questions answered today. I really think today would be great to get out your questions and get out your concerns, and then we'll come back and talk about them at the next meeting. Because I think we wanna look at the information. We want our peer consultants to look at the information. I think I'd like you guys to look at the residential comments that were submitted and comment on some of those. I think the biggest concerns I see are there's some concerns about abutters and stormwater, so I think that'd be great for you to address and our peer consultants to address. Traffic and noise and kind of the scale of the project that's being proposed. So I think those are kind of the general concerns that I'm seeing in the emails and residential comments. So if we could talk about those kind of on the next date, and then I'd like people just kind of, why don't you tell us your comments and questions, or comments and concerns, but I don't think we're gonna get answers tonight. We'll do that at the next date. And at some point, I think we'll need to take a site visit to see where all this is. So that'll probably be maybe 2 times from now. Okay.
Hi, Sue Bohanko, Forward Lane. Our biggest concern is when this one originally proposed, the parking lot was much further back than it is showing now on the.
Use the microphone. Thank you.
Sure. The parking lot, is that better?
Yeah.
The parking lot was further back, actually where the barns are now. That's what our impression was originally. And now it's showing about 60 yards from our house, this parking lot is going to begin. So that's a big concern for us. And also the fact that the visitor center is much closer to our area than was originally thought too. And I'm wondering about the whole bathroom thing. This is a $5 million project. So I don't understand why you couldn't fix the bathroom in the house and maybe put the visitor center back a little further.
Great. So I think those are questions that we'll delve into, and I think those are really good comments, because so again, for people, this is a site plan review special permit, so it's different than the kind of the ones we heard earlier, which are more about the uses and things like that. This is more about where things are located, because they're allowed to do it. So I think those are very good comments for us to be able to consider.
Thank you.
All right, great.
Good evening, Sean Cormier, 169 Andover Street, directly abut with the trustees. My concerns are the change of use of the property, where it's been this tranquil place, beautiful gardens, people could go enjoy an afternoon, family picnic. And what we're seeing now is more beer gardens, BYOB weddings, were something that we saw pop up. And the concerts. You know, we got a pretty crude response by one of the trustees about it's their right to have a concert and point their speakers to our house. And it was very ignorant to our concerns. You know, we have a 3-year-old daughter. You know, we're just peacefully living there, and, you know, all of a sudden now we live next to a concert venue. We don't want it to turn into the South Shore Music Circus or North Shore Music Circus with this increased capacity and increase in events and traffic. And what I had concern with is just the amount of people going by the back of the house. We've already asked them numerous times to move they have little, you know, great little thing. Girl Scouts or Boy Scouts put these little stations on the back of our fence facing our property of little, you know, things to do, yoga poses or whatever. We asked them to move them. They turned it around and faced the other way. They didn't really move it. We asked them about moving the concert venues, and they moved their stage right behind my shed along my fence and left it there for a few weeks. They put the toilets on the end of our fence line. So, you know, from our point of view, we haven't impeded anything that they're doing, and yet they just keep throwing us obstacles to deal with. And it's you know, irritating, where they have numerous places to go on that property that would not impede any one of us on Wood Lane, yet they decided to do it right against our fence line. You know, since then, they have moved the toilets, they have moved the stage, and they have moved the concert venue, so they have listened. However, you know, it shouldn't take us, you know, sitting in front of them, begging and pleading, time over time to do that. A few times they've had venues and events like, you know, the lights in the winter, another concert venue, you know, parking all along the street, you know, going down Andover Street. You know, really inappropriate. You know, granted they were over capacity, nowhere to park. Hopefully this accommodates for that. But it didn't take the concerns of, you know, potential emergency vehicles, you know, traveling down that street. So it was an issue for us, for our safety. Additionally, the last point I wanted to make, just the care and custody of the site. You know, numerous times if I've gone to the site, I've written them letters about the trees abutting my property. I've already had a 15-foot tree fall through my house from their property. I've had another tree fall and crush my fence that they didn't fix that they said they would. I fixed it. Another tree fell on my property, you know, from their property. I have another tree at the corner of my property that's dying, and I've asked them to remove, and they haven't removed. And then down along Andover Street, there's a number of trees. So, you know, just the good faith effort here of, you know, we're neighbors and taking care of one another. We don't see that happening. So we're really concerned about this project and would like your consideration as far as, you know, addressing the neighbors' concerns, us and on Village Lane. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Rivers. I live at 179 Andover Street on the corner of Wood Lane and Andover Street. I certainly share all the same concerns that my neighbors have. Our fundamental concerns, especially seeing the plan, I do feel like it's really just encroaching upon our neighborhood tremendously. You know, your point about having signs at the end of the street, we've had Officer Wilson, the safety officer, come out a couple of times and has helped during some events and put up signage, but unfortunately people don't pay attention to signs. And so we have, I mean, I can't tell you how many, I look out my kitchen window cooking dinner, and I can't tell you how many people turn around and do U-turns, and I probably watched you do your turnaround tonight. I mean, that happens so frequently. And so by nature of having the visitor center at the end of our road, people are going to continue to come down there regardless of whether there's signs or they know otherwise. I'm concerned about vendors and how they're going to get vendors in and out of there. Currently, all of the vendors go down our street. They're often big trucks. They drive over our yard. They I have a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old that are out playing, and you know there's a lot of big trucks and traffic going down, and they can't make the turn to get in there. So there's a lot of backing up down the road with big trucks, and I just want to make sure that as much of this traffic, and that I think causes safety issues, can be redirected somehow in another direction. And certainly the noise and the larger scale of events is just taking away fundamentally from what why we bought the house that we bought 2.5 years ago. It's changing the whole entire scope of our neighborhood. It's going to change the whole landscape of the street, and the whole project overall is just, it's just disappointing, I guess. So I just hope that if it can really continue, it can be moved as far away as possible and try to take it away from us as much as possible, so it just doesn't impact our quality of life. Thank you.
Sylvia Stevenson, 15 Wood Lane, and I've been there since 1978. And I have a lot of the same concerns as my neighbors, but I was just going to add one other piece, and it's the wildlife piece. That's what we love so much about the property, and just wondering what the effect of all of this is going to be on the wildlife. Recently, a couple of years ago, they put up a lot of fencing and had cows, which was wonderful. But there wasn't any forethought about there were, bobolinks there, and they'd been there for years. So just want to make sure somebody is in charge of figuring out, the wildlife that's there and not disrupting it. So thank you.
Hi, Kelly Cormier. I'm a member of the board, but I am talking, or associate member of the board, but talking as a resident, as an abutter. Monica, could you show, I think it was page 7. So it's hard to tell on this drawing, but you're actually seeing my home is right next to all of those circles, and that path, that black line, I'm the home that abuts right there on 3 sides of the trustees. We love it. We love the gardens. They're amazing. It's one of the reasons we bought there. What we don't love and are trying to understand is that it's now it's a outdoor bar and concert venue for 50,000 people a year. They went from what they told me 10,000 people customers a year to now 50. The majority of their events now actually have some alcohol in the name. It's a bar, Boo and Brew, Beer Fest, or some unwind concerts. Who doesn't mind wine? But it's an outdoor bar. So it's really changing the makeup of what we have there. And now with the visitor center coming so close to our property, it's what we will see from our homes. It is the 50,000 people or more, because they want to grow, that will be going through there right along my yard, right where my daughter's playground is, right where they used to put their porta-johns. And it's really looking at all of this space that they have, this massive amount of land, which we've met many times, and figuring out a better way to use that to not degrade our quality of life and also our property value of having these people now walk 10 feet, or it's hard to tell the scale, but right off of our fence when there's so much other space available. I also share with many of my neighbors the stormwater concerns. And one of the things that's a little unclear here is they're talking about stormwater out in the pasture where the parking lots are. There's also garden rooms that are going to be installed on the other side of my property. My property borders the trustees on 3 sides. And my house, in my neighbor's house, you've heard from all of them, we have water problems in our basement. All of us have mitigated them, and we deal with them. I have 2 sump pumps. They're installing another garden room and changing that. And any changes made to that wet area, it's a very wet area now, which is why it's not used as much, will impact me. And I don't understand why that change to the property isn't part of what we're looking at with stormwater, because that's not even considered at all. And that will definitely impact the stormwater coming into my home. I think it's just the change of people, that it's at least 50,000 people. I would love to know exactly what their numbers are. We're not hearing any updated numbers, so it makes me a little concerned that it's actually bigger than that. We're not hearing those anymore. So it'd be great just to see. I mean, there's activities now 4 nights a week. We just had they had their beer tents for 4 nights. So it's an outdoor bar and music venue. So it's just not, it's a residential community, and there's a very large impact for us. Would love to be able to figure out, and would look for help to figure out how to orient it where all of us can enjoy it, but it's not, my daughter doesn't have to listen to their customers pee when she's on her playground. That's what I've been dealing with. So, thank you for the consideration.
Great.
So I think we talked about some information about what kind of draw this, I think that would be helpful, like what kind of numbers of people and events, how this proposal will change the number of people and events and things like that you have. I mean, obviously, the idea is to have room for more people. That would definitely be helpful.
So all of our program and event goals are in our traffic report, so we can pull
Okay,
those
great,
out.
perfect. Does that also, do you guys get liquor licenses for each event, or do the vendors do it? How does that work?
I'm not sure.
Can we get some, well, why don't you come back with some information on that? I'm just curious about how. Okay, yeah, good.
She's
Yeah.
a director.
Oh,
Our property director could also probably answer that
yeah,
question.
yeah. So why don't we get someone from, I think that's the best.
That would be very helpful to get some information.
Yeah.
Can you hear me from here?
No, but I need you to come there. I can, but.
Good evening, Catherine McDonald, Director of the Stevens Coolidge Place Trustees of Reservations. The question was about
how's the
liquor
liquor
permits.
Yeah, how does
That
it
the trustees follows the Town of North Andover's policy, and for every event that we have liquor, we have a permit,
One-day license?
a liquor license. We also have a permit to run events, and we comply with your 9 p.m. Curfew, which, because of EEE, has now been moved to 7, which is a really good thing for the community to know about. But no, we have permits for all the ways we operate, and if we have another entity running a particular event, they may get the permit themselves versus the trustees. But we work within the guidelines of the town of North Andover, and we serve many of your fellow residents. We engage them on our property in lots of activities.
And any idea on how many per month or for the last year?
I think in the traffic report, there were some estimates, and if you take the top end of all those estimates, you might be looking at 50,000, but that's not really accurate because the first level is from 0 to 100 people. We have 100 of those events, and I think people just took the top line, which is 10,000 as an example. But I think a real number right now might be closer to 30,000. And
How many events? I guess I'm not curious.
how many events?
And you don't, I don't need that right now. I'm just
It
curious.
is right in the traffic
Okay,
report,
great.
the number of events.
Okay.
But we probably have
I'll look at that.
6 to 8 what you consider large events, which also includes our winter lights that we do during November and December. But again, it's early in the evening, and we close down by 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, so, great. So we'll kind of talk more at the next meeting about all these kind of issues that we've talked about now and keep moving forward.
With Concom until the October 12th meeting, and they'll be submitting a revised plan by then. And our
So-
next meeting's October 1st.
So should we come back on October 1st, or should we come back after the revised plans? I mean,
You'll have them by the 1st? Okay.
Okay, let's come back on the 1st then. Great.
So in the meantime, the board would like us to address more of these concerns that we're hearing.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that we should be coming with in terms of?
No, I think on the October 1st, let's talk about some of these concerns. Let's go through the traffic. And then from there, once we have revised plans, then maybe we can go out and do a view. But I don't want to do that until we have more definite plans.
Okay. All right, great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do,
Can I also ask about, public safety aspects of these events? And what are their, because it's a concentration of people.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know, do they have mitigations?
yeah, definitely. I mean, to the extent that the new parking lot and traffic impacts that and where they are, which I think it does. So let's do Osgood next, and then we'll finish up with the Grogan's one.
So you're not gonna just let us go?
I thought about it.
You did. I thought he was gonna let us go.
I'm so tired. I'm so tired. At least we finished one.
So what's up next?
Amazon.
Let's keep it rocking, let's go.
So we're going with?
The one, yeah, these are, I mean, ginormous projects that don't all happen always. We're gonna do 1600 Osgood.
Mr. Chairman, we only have 127 slides. So, I could pass these out.
Just to make it 42 sound not that bad, right?
Yeah, so the download this time, and it actually works in the other one.
Thank you.
All right, so we're doing 1600 Osgood. We have 4 requests. One is for a proposed one lot preliminary subdivision. One is for an application for site plan review and parking special permit. One is for site plan review, parking, building height, and 195 attached building height, and floor area ratio, special permits. And the last is for a large-scale ground-mounted solar energy system site plan review, setback modification, special permit. Those are the 4 continued public hearings that we are going to discuss now.
Here, Mr. Chairman, other members of the board, John Smolak, attorney for Hillwood Enterprises. With us this evening are Sean O'Brien, Vice President for Development for Hillwood. From Langen Engineering and Environmental, we have John Plant, Managing Director, Nate Kirshner, Senior Project Manager, as well as Michael Hunton, Landscape Architect. And also with us from McGregor Associates Architects, our project architects are Andrew Dell and Dwayne Bainey. We had originally intended to have a longer presentation, but we'll try to keep the issues that we discussed last week, actually at the last hearing, limited to primarily landscaping and architectural design, and a bit on lighting. Mr. Chairman, how much time do you want us?
Take what time you need, but I would just say, anything that we've already been told or information we already have, we don't need to go through
Right.
again. You guys have done a thorough job of telling us what
Right.
this project is about, so let's go to anything new, go for it.
Okay. Well, then,
We don't need existing conditions and all that, we know that. So
Right, right.
Let's go
So-
to what you're proposing for
Sure.
your special permits that's new.
Sure. So, well, with that said, what we probably can do is, in terms of the presentation we have, even flip through to maybe pages, I guess, 9 or actually 12.
Okay.
Which is related to the proposed light landscaping as related to the site plan.
Okay.
And again, what we will do is have a discussion on landscaping and then run to architecture. And then just as a housekeeping item, we have a preliminary subdivision that has to be acted upon as well. And we assume that we'll have the customary decision on that. But with that said, I'll turn the discussion over to Michael Hunton, our project landscape architect.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Michael Hunton. I'm a licensed landscape architect in the state of Massachusetts. I just wanted to run you through the overall landscape concept for the site based on the requirements in the town and the proposed plantings and species in general. We do comply with all the town requirements in terms of perimeter landscape trees, Understanding within a parking lot, there's 1 tree per every 30 feet along the perimeter of the parking lot, which is, in our case, 96 trees. We're proposing all native shade trees, similar species to what's in the front of the site today. And those trees would be installed at 3.5-inch caliper per the ordinance requirements. In addition to that, understanding there is a solar field screening requirement, we also have a large evergreen screen along the northern portion of the site between the solar fields and Osgood Street. That's a double staggered row of trees, about 1,000 feet long in linear foot length, to screen those solar panels from the road per the ordinance requirements. In addition to that, there are about 62 ornamental trees planted throughout the site to add interest and habitat for native species, as well as 426 evergreen trees throughout the site, both within the solar field screening as well as along the road, to screen some of the site and the proposed building from Osgood Street. Between the two lots, between Building 2120 and the proposed distribution facility, we also have an evergreen screen combined with some native shade trees to provide a buffer between the two lots, in addition to that. Aside from trees, there's about 1,400 or so shrubs, low grasses within the site, and then for native grass species, we have another 3,400 grasses throughout the site. Other than trees and woody plants, there is a lot of the site that would be seeded as part of biofiltration swales and stormwater detention basins, as well as a wet storm basin to help treat and help for water quality. Within those areas, we're seeding with native seed mixes, pollinator mixes, as well as native grasses within those areas to help stabilize the soils and really be good for the overall environment, provide cover and forage for animals. So that's a general overview of the plantings. That's page 12. If you continue to page 11, I'm sorry, page 13, it's late. Just some images of what those tree species might be. Again, some of these are similar to the species at the front of the site along Osgood Street that are there today. The larger oak trees and maples. They're all native, the evergreen trees. We're using balsam fir, red spruce, eastern red cedar, eastern white pine, all trees that do very well, drought tolerant in this area. And then some of the ornamental trees, there are some river birch at the front of the site today, and we're using those throughout the site as well. If you want to go to page 14, what we wanted to do is show you a couple of views and some renderings of what those views might look like after the proposed plantings are installed. Page 14 is just an existing image of what the intersection looks like. If you look at the top left corner of the page, you'll see an arrow along the southern portion as you're driving along Osgood Road, what that looks like today. If you go to page 15, you can see the building rendered in the background, and what we're showing is the evergreen screen and deciduous trees only 10 years after planting. So these trees are going to be planted at about 8 to 10 feet height at time of installation, which is a bit taller than we would normally plant them. Considering evergreen trees grow at about 1 foot a year, this is somewhere around 10 years down the line is what we're showing. So this is not the full height, but within 20, 30 years, we expect the building to be fully screened. And this, in combination with the shade trees in this area, it's not just going to be the evergreen trees. There'll be the shade trees that'll add the height a lot quicker. Shade trees typically will grow at a rate of 3 feet a year. And those will be somewhere around 22, 24 feet at time of planting if it's a 3.5-inch caliber tree. So that's that view. We're going to move on to the northern drive access into the site. And this view is looking towards the sign, so sort of southwest. That's the existing condition. If you go to page 17, you can see what the proposed building might look like. Again, this is showing the screening very conservatively at 10 years down the line. These trees are shown at 20 feet. These trees will grow much taller and eventually screen the building. Moving along to page 18. Again, this is from the same location on the northern entrance or exit to the site. This is looking towards the solar fields, so a different direction, but we did want to show you what this might look like. Again, all sort of worst-case scenarios looking into the site to show how we're attempting to screen the solar fields. Page 19 would show what the solar fields might look like in that area. They do have an 7-foot height chain link fence, and the solar panels are about 8 feet in height total, so they're not that tall.
Is there any concern with the screening of blocking the solar panels? Obviously, that would defeat the purpose.
There is, and that's a general concern. If you go to the next page, page 20, is how we might propose adding some additional screening at somewhere around a 7 or 8 foot height hedge, evergreen hedge. Basically, as long as the solar arrays are facing a certain direction and they're not taller. We don't have shade trees in this location for that reason. It's not really functional to shade solar panels, right? But if we can at least block that view, and just to clarify, there is one portion between the proposed taller evergreens and the lower hedge where you can see the solar panels. We're going to revise the site plan there to make sure we get a full screen across that area.
I mean, it's interesting, again, I know I haven't been on the board that long, but I think there's, in the last 5 or 10 years, I think you've seen a lot less screening of solar panels as they've become more common. I mean, I think it's pretty, you drive through like Concord and you'll go like barn, house, farm, solar field, and it's just out there, and I don't know, to me it doesn't bother me. I know some people want to have them screened, and I know that's what our bylaw pretty much says, but
I think it's bigger scale.
yeah, but I mean, you see them all over the place now, and I don't know, I just don't find them as, I think people are more used to them now. They're not as shaded or blocked as they used to. Really? See, I like them. I think it's progress. But anyway, that's an aside.
So whatever the board's preference is, if they prefer to screen or not
Let's go
screen.
with the screening, that's fine. I think that's what our bylaw says, but I mean, me personally, I like seeing them.
Okay.
What's that? I'll go visit. I'll hang on. I like seeing them. Yeah.
Okay. Moving to page 21. We did want to show a section of what the view might look like from Osgood looking, again, you'd never be looking directly that direction down the road, but what that view might look like in section form if you're at 3 to 5 feet height in a car or a truck looking towards the site. Currently, there is existing vegetation there. There's a wetland. And as you get closer within the site, the trees get a bit taller, but they are deciduous in nature, so we are adding a double staggered row. You're seeing 3 trees, but that's just because the row sort of maneuvers in a curve in the distance. And that would be about a 20-foot wide area of evergreen screening to assist in screening those panels. The next view is just to illustrate the buffer that we're planting between the 2 sites, just as a bit of separation. So if you were to be standing at the front of the distribution facility looking towards the existing building, that's a view of what you might see within 10 years. Again, those are shown on 20 feet, all modeled accurately in a 3D plan. And those would grow to, eventually get to a height that would produce a little bit more of a buffer between the two buildings and properties. I wanted to touch on lighting for a moment. What you're seeing on slide 23 is just to show that at the rear of the site, where we're removing the existing building, we're going to be adding some light fixtures that are similar in character to what was installed at the front of the building, which is a shepherd's crook fixture. I think it's about 14 feet in height. So those fixtures would be added to create that campus feel so it matches the front of the building. Throughout the rest of the site, if you go to page 24, what we're proposing is actually 40-foot tall mounting height, LED fixtures, 4,000 Kelvin in temperature, color temperature, so nothing that's a blue light and 5,000 or anything too blue. It's a very white color, soft white color, and we're proposing those basically to meet IES&A security minimums for safety throughout the site. It's a very energy efficient, full cutoff, dark sky compliant fixture. So that's really what we're trying to achieve is safety throughout the site in those locations. I think that's the last slide for my portion of this. I don't know, Andrew, do you want to continue, or do you want to have any, if there's any questions?
Because we're right ahead as fast as we can.
No, I mean, just, I think that was very thorough. And, does anyone have any questions? No, that was good, so keep going.
Thank you.
My name is Andrew Dell. I'm a licensed architect and one of the partners at McGregor Associates. We work with this tenant all over the country on their prototypes, and so we've worked on this. This actual building is a fairly new prototype for them. They've changed a number of things. I think they're much more interesting, both architecturally and technologically. Do you know what goes on in this building or how it really functions, or do you have any real interest in what it does?
That's been kind of a big secret.
Well, you know, one thing we did bring, I think you have a copy of it, is a short video clip. It's a few minutes long, and it shows what's going on in that building, which kind of, you know, in meetings like this, we spend a great deal of time talking about the exterior of it, but believe me, the client, the tenant, spends all of their time inside trying to figure out what's going on. So I think it's really, if there's a way we could play that,
It's the teddy bear.
yeah, it's
Teddy
called
bear?
Teddy bear.
All right, let's get up the teddy bear. Let's make sure it works.
This is a virus.
No, now there's no virus. Now that Chromecast has been.
We have it on a flash drive if that works as well.
Let's try. Let's. I don't know if the. Oh, here we go. All right. And.
And it's even saying that it's 4 years old. The technology has changed dramatically in these, but it gives you a real understanding of what they're really doing and how packages or materials move through these facilities.
Those are robots. They're so lifelike.
It's not muted, so. There's no music, so create your own.
There's usually music.
Out as it goes.
So instead of the traditional racking that you would normally associate with a warehouse facility, all of these things are stored on these movable racks and moved by these robots.
So I've seen they have similar type robots at Children's Hospital that deliver food and medication to, instead of having to go down to the cafeteria and stuff like that, and they drive around, and the robots will drive around the halls and go on the elevators and stuff.
The floor in our building in this particular case is about 650,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got 4 floors that size.
Yeah, the question I would have is, you know, the notion that was new to me was the vertical stacking. So I'm still trying to figure out how the floors play together. Is it the same thing on 4 straight floors, or is it?
It is nearly so. The ground floor is very much what you see in that image, where it's all of the pieces coming together and going either in the building or out, and then it goes to the periphery where it goes vertically. One side, one grouping of lifts will carry things up, and then large spirals will carry things back down to other locations. This particular building has another element, which is a mezzanine, a whole series of holes in it, that a different type of robot carries each package to a different hole. That hole lines it up with a container, a cart below, and that will line it to the truck it goes to another facility. So it's an intricate process of sorting every piece to its proper location and getting it out of the building as expeditiously as possible.
What occurs in this film here, you see in the gentleman putting boxes. In this particular case, all the product is actually on a cart, and the
carts are actually staged on the floor. When the truck pulls up, they push the carts in the truck, and the truck leaves. Everything now is done on carts.
Which has been a major design change in this building type. So we've got parts of this building that didn't exist a year and a half ago that is all about storing those particular carts.
What's the dimensions of the parts?
You know, they're called a Gaylord, and it's a box, and I guess it's about, what, 42 by 42, maybe about 50 inches tall.
And then the carts that they push around are maybe 5 feet tall, 6 feet tall at the most.
And it's just hand pushed, so all of the forklift and lift trucks and all that heavy equipment stuff going on, gone. And now it's just these robots and the racks and these carts.
Very modular, isn't it?
It's very modular, very much so. And then trying to figure out one of the most amazing things walking through one of these facilities is I would naturally say, oh, I'm going to put all the teddy bears over here, I'm going to put all the cook pots over there. Nope, everything just goes in and it's sorted by a completely different system of what sells most frequently and how it goes from one location to another, which is a large part of why they stack this building the way they do, because they're saying that, oh, pieces will go from, this level most frequently or this portion of the building. So this is longer-term storage, which for them, a longer-term storage might be a couple of days or a couple of weeks. But they have a system of how to extract all of that stock out of each of these different levels of the building. It's really quite incredible to see it working. But it's an interesting picture of what's going on in there, and it takes away the stereotypical rows and rows of warehouse racking going up to the ceiling and off to the horizon. Back to the outside of the building, which I think is really your focus in this meeting, could we go back to, I think it was page 25?
We all have the package in front of us, too.
Yeah. One thing to remember, Michael showed his images with all these soft tree shapes and landscape shapes. As the architect, we're doing the exact opposite. So in our drawings, we stripped almost every piece of that out. It's not a true projection. Very much what Michael was showing was a presentation which you're really going to see. But we are very focused on the actual building itself. So we kind of pull all of that off, and we're just showing you the building as an object. It is not going to be so bare as what you're seeing on these images. It's just the tools that we have to analyze it. So try to, it's the methodology that we can look at it, and then that's why we have both of us, both teams looking at these things, so you get a better image of what you really see. With the siding of this building, it's very much the north and south ends of the building that you're really ever going to see from the street. The building is benched down, the landscaping around it. So all of, you would have to be very close to this building to see the majority of the materials and the shapes and the things that we're presenting now. As you go around this building, do you think it's worth doing the fly-through?
I think fly-through explains everything.
Do you have a copy of the fly-through?
Let's see if I can broadcast it.
Do you think I can wrap it up in maybe 10 minutes?
I will do everything I can. The building itself is a series of materials, many more materials than the average warehouse building. My company designs industrial distribution facilities all over the country. And we normally don't have this many materials, but we are using a variety of materials. So the base course of the building, and you can all see that, but the base course of the building is a precast, architectural type precast with texture in it, and reveals and colors and paint and different materials. And it calls out the shapes of the office spaces and vertical circulation. So everything down kind of at this level is predominantly concrete with a textured coating and different paint colors. But then there's some accent points at entrances with architectural metal finishes and a little brighter colors. But then as the building steps back, as you can see, and if you just hit play and let it run, because it'll carry you around the whole building. The building proceeds all the way around, so you've got these volumes of vertical circulation, and they're accentuated with architectural metal panels, different colors, slightly different textures. We've got some ribbed materials to really build interest, so it doesn't look like a big white shoebox, which the early ones really did. This one really tries to express what's going on more inside. The inner portion, step back from the face of the building, but the taller portions of the building are architectural insulated metal panels. And it's a light material, it works well with the steel structure of the building and the process of how they build the building, which these buildings go together very quickly for such a massive structure. And that's part of how they are successful in getting that built, by being able to use those materials. So it's very important to them to be able to proceed with that type of construction. But you can see, and to me, it's very much the visual interest going around the building of you've got pieces stepping in, stepping out, textures,
This is
colors.
the back, right?
That is the truck court, yes. So it's a collection of materials, collection of textures and colors all the way around the building. I don't see a reason to step around each individual elevation unless someone has a specific question of one face or the other.
This was a great presentation.
I find this,
Yes.
even if I'm just completely silent and you look at that, you
Yeah.
know enough about buildings, you see every day. It looks more to me to be more of a retail space, much less of an industrial space.
Just a couple questions.
Sir?
One, it's a simple question. It's a flat roof, obviously. Do you have any mechanicals on the roof?
Yes, there is, but they're so far back in there that they are fairly self-screening. But there are
Okay, so you
extended.
don't put like a parapet there?
There is a bit of a parapet at the edge of the roof that
Okay.
covers it, but it's not an extreme parapet
So I
in most
guess
locations.
the broader question I have is, because you kind of spoke with, I think, some passion and conviction about some of the architectural features, but sort of like, I always had the notion of building like this is kind of form follows function. That's about all I know about this sort of stuff, but I mean, you're building it because it's a warehouse, so that's going to drive everything, so the choice of a lot of the materials and the colors even, and so forth.
Yes, it is very much a form follows function building, but we've tried to take and accentuate those forms, so where the material goes up and down in the building, we've pulled those out, and we've made them a different color or a different texture to call that out, instead of just doing a broad stroke of, just kind of off-white paint
Right, so you're
and we're done
softening
with
up
it.
the mass
We're
and
trying to
everything.
build
Okay.
interest out of it with the materials, the palette that we have available to us for this. So unless you have any really, kind of questions on any of that, I brought some of the material, we've got form liner that builds the texture in the precast panel. This is one of the insulated metal panels. We're not, it's not just this kind of white ice chest looking material. It'll be different colors and browns and very much what we had on the color board.
I think you guys did a really good job anticipating the questions that we had, and very thorough presentation, so it's very satisfying. Really good job. John?
Yeah, just a few other items, if I could. I just wanted to mention that we just received today some additional, some peer review comments, principally on traffic and civil. And we also had received some additional peer review comments from Horsley Witten on stormwater, to which we'll respond. Our next hearing is scheduled to be dealing primarily with stormwater and traffic, and that we could provide responses. And our hope is that between now and the next hearing, that we have a face-to-face, our engineers have a face-to-face meeting with the town's peer review consultants to work out any issues of concern. And also, last week, we had our first hearing before the Conservation Commission. I thought it went fairly well. And so we're following up on a couple of items on that regard as well. And in terms of this project, in terms of the Conservation Commission piece, we filed a single notice of intent for the entire property. So because of the fact that stormwater does overlap the lot boundaries and so on. And so we'll continue to work on that. And in addition, first of all, I neglected to mention Michael Rosen, attorney for the owner, is here. And since the owner is the applicant for the subdivision, 1600 Osgood Street LLC, I just wanted to mention that briefly that, as I had mentioned at our last hearing, we had suggested the possibility of reducing the length of the roadway and of the proposed subdivision roadway. And actually, slide 5 shows that change. And again, this is a preliminary subdivision application, and so what we had as an initial 695-foot road, we've reduced it to roughly 200 feet in length, and that is, again, to provide the legal frontage for Lot C for the solar area. And so, we certainly have a ways to go in terms of any definitive approval, in terms of design and so on, but I think that the placement of this roadway will be substantially identical to the placement of the existing northern access roadway. And so it'll be roughly the same width as what you see today in terms of the roadway. Well, currently what you see today is there are Jersey barriers set up on a portion of that access roadway, but those would be removed, so you would have 2 lanes in and 2 lanes out. And that would be addressed as part of, in terms of traffic flow, obviously part of the traffic study and traffic analysis that's being peer reviewed as well, and that would be ultimately reviewed by MassDOT. So, with that said, I think, in terms of, we listed a set of potential waivers, but again, those were just to set out some ideas in terms of waivers, in terms of a cul-de-sac, because we don't think we need a cul-de-sac at the end of the roadway, because the end of the roadway would match up with the edge of Lot B for the Amazon lot. So that was the reason why we would request that as part of the definitive subdivision phase, but we're close to the 45-day period for the board's decision.
You want us to act on the preliminary subdivision, and then you can move forward with the...
Yes, yes.
Okay.
12th, so.
Okay, so can we get a motion to deny the preliminary subdivision? So generally, we don't...
Yes, but I'll say it's not in full conformity with planning board rules and regulations. So moved.
Can you get a second? Second? Okay, so all in favor of denying the preliminary subdivision plan as not in conformance with all of the planning board rules and regulations, just so people know that the preliminary doesn't lock anybody into anything. After that, they'll apply for a definitive subdivision plan, which will fully review on the merits and go through all the waivers and stuff like that. So, all in favor of denying the preliminary, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, that's taken care of. Move on to the definitive. What do you want to talk about next time?
I think what we're looking to talk about next time is stormwater and traffic.
Okay.
2 really exciting topics, but necessities. But and again, we'll hope to have further dialogue with the peer review consultants and come back to you with some consensus on the issues that we can reach consensus on.
Okay, great. These were really good presentations, and hopefully the rest will continue. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Continue till October 1st?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, is there anything else we can do before we do,
Grogan's is the
before we
last.
do 67 Baldwin Street? All right, we'll call it 67 Baldwin Street. Town of North Andover.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good presentation. Best architecture award I've had all my years in the planning.
It's really good.
Thank you for bringing my video.
Show me people playing baseball on a beautiful field.
It's an actual.
This is a really exciting Little League game.
It's 11 o'clock. The Red Sox should still be playing. Oh wait, is their season over? Sorry. Ouch.
Jacob Murray, Waterfall Design Group. For the town.
Let me just,
You wanna intro
says
first?
67 Baldwin Street, Grogan's Field, Town of North Andover, application for a land disturbance permit under Article 6 of the Town of North Andover Stormwater Management and Erosion Control bylaw in connection with the proposed renovation of the baseball field, associated paved walkways and associated paths by performing grass, turf, and infield repairs, updating the dugout and spectator areas, bituminous concrete parking and walkways, irrigation repairs, fencing replacement, ball netting, foul poles, and safe furnishing, properly located R4 zoning district. Go.
Jacob Murray, Waterfield Design Group. That about sums it up in a lot of ways. This is Grogan's Field. It was damaged during the Columbia gas incident and used for trailers. And so there has basically been a gravel road that was built on top of it. And the town of North Andover is seeking to restore it. So we're looking to do, it's a 4-acre site. About 3 acres are part of this project. It's a full baseball field. We'll be restoring the gravel roads and the trailers. We'll also be putting in new accessible bleachers. An under-drained infield to keep the infield dry, and there will be repaving of the parking, new fencing and a storage shed, and there'll be, because of the increased impervious for the accessibility area, a small infiltration chamber out in left field underground. There'll be an area drain, they'll collect it and send it to that infiltration chamber. And that,
It's gonna be all, it's gonna be grass.
it's gonna be,
right?
yeah, it's gonna be real natural grass.
And have you had any comments, interactions with neighbors or other?
We have not had any comments.
Okay. I know, and we did discuss this at the last meeting. I believe there was a.
It wasn't a
posted neighborhood.
It wasn't a yeah, I think there was a neighborhood hearing, but there was also a informal meeting, I guess, with the planning board last 2 weeks ago.
So we received, the town engineer was to perform the stormwater review. We received his comments this afternoon at 5:30. So I know during the,
So they have not been entered into any decision or anything like that?
no, we
And there are
literally,
comments to enter to, are there things to enter?
there are a
Okay.
couple. It's minor, it's just.
I have not seen the comments myself.
They literally came
We'd
just
like- you'd
before
like
the
to do that?
meeting.
I assume.
If they're pertinent.
All right, so, I mean, we were hoping to get this
Yeah.
done today, but let's,
Can we close with, assuming that we'll incorporate it? I mean, their town comments, I'm
Yeah.
anticipating he would have told us if it was something that was major.
right, so, I mean.
I know the town is looking to move quickly on this. So they want to
Yeah.
get this done this.
We're gonna vote on it on the next one. I just don't, we don't have a decision to
Yeah.
incorporate, so we'll definitely vote on it on
A
October
draft
1st.
decision was prepared, except we didn't have stormwater comments, so I couldn't include those.
So there is a draft that could be voted on, but we don't have stormwater.
It wasn't,
Yeah, I'm
it
not
wasn't included in the packet
yeah.
simply because stormwater review wasn't
So,
provided.
yeah,
But even if you didn't have the stormwater, you wouldn't be able to vote on it tonight, is that what you're saying?
I think we'll include this, it'd be close. We'll include the stormwater comments, we'll close on the next day. We're not, I mean, we're just, nothing's gonna need to be said.
Okay.
We just don't close it in case there's, say you have a comment about the stormwater
Mhm.
and don't, then we can't talk about that.
So they
So-
came over at 5:52.
Right. So you did everything you were supposed to do.
Yeah.
And you was a little late on that.
I mean, is it possible we could look at them now? I mean, I don't know, I hate to.
But we're not gonna be able to incorporate it.
Okay,
into
if you can't
the
incorporate it in,
decision.
then it's not worth it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, though. So we'll vote on that on October 1st. We'll call it.
Hold on. If you want, he says, upon my review, I have no comments.
Oh, okay.
But,
So you guys no comments? So do we have a draft decision?
I do.
Okay.
I can print it. Again, I didn't know what he was gonna say.
So there's no
Um,
comments.
Yeah. I can print it now. You
Yeah.
wanna?
Yeah, print it now. Let's get it
Yeah, let's
done.
do it.
Let's get it. If there's no comments.
It's already past 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Let's just get it done.
Yeah, I will grab several copies.
Okay. When will the work, assume?
It'd be this fall. I mean, they're hoping to get it seeded and down this fall, so.
Okay. All right.
It's a
let's
short,
get it done.
short growing season ahead of them, so.
Do we have minutes from the last one? Not yet.
No.
Okay. What have you been doing?
I don't know.
Yeah. So that was cool from the Amazon presentation. I, for one, welcome our robot overlords. It's very Very Skynet.
Sure, there's a smiley face on the outside of the building. What could go wrong there?
That means it's all good.
I have a neighbor who works on the software programming those, so it's helpful to now see a picture of what he's talking about. I have some discussion with him.
It's pretty cool.
I think the interesting thing was all the search algorithms, like you said, where they put the stuff and
Yeah.
everything. That I think is pretty
Pretty cool
fascinating.
articles about that. It's pretty interesting as well.
Yeah.
With search patterns, what people buy frequently together, and then people buy, diapers and what is it together? Not like he was saying, put all the teddy bears together. It's what if people, someone's buying a teddy bear, they also buy a bottle of water and a chopstick. Store those together
Diapers
and
with
all
like
of the.
formula and.
Because now they have all that data, right?
Babies.
Because of all the
Right, yeah.
people buying patterns
Yeah.
and by storing that way for faster retrieval. It's really interesting.
Pretty cool. So Peter, you probably screw them up on purpose, right, when you buy stuff?
John. Make the robot take an extra lap.
That's right, yeah.
We're getting punchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
So Jenny, so do you normally take the train in versus driving?
I do,
So I'm
yeah.
trying, this is my first week driving in, so I'm trying to
So,
figure
yeah,
out.
I mean, it's, did you consider like driving to Sullivan Square or something?
I thought about that. I thought about because I'm also that week going to the seaport. So I was like, if we could drive to the Encore, and then Encore is supposed to have a water shuttle to the seaport,
Right, to
but
the
$50
seaport,
to park
yeah.
at the Encore. I'm like, that's not going to
So,
work out.
I mean, because usually I work in the Back Bay, and usually what I do is Sullivan Square's Orange Line, you go right to Back Bay Station. So I don't drive that often, but it's convenient. Some people like to go further up the line.
Yeah, Wellington or Malden.
Wellington or Malden or,
It's right- it's red
even
line.
Assembly
It's
Square now,
Station.
it's a little easier. It's getting bad down there, frankly, unless you leave the house at 5:30. I don't know, if you run out the other way. Do you have to go to the city very often?
Maybe one day a week, usually on
Yeah.
the campus in Burlington.
Yeah,
Gratefully so.
gratefully so.
I mean, the problem is all the parking there is free, so
Yeah.
just rubbing it in here a little bit. but,
Yeah.
yeah.
I like my 10-minute commute.
So where you want to be at 245 Summer Street is go to the South Station.
Yeah, that's so. It's you
Yeah.
get here to South. You go so you
Yeah.
can go take the train to North, and then the company has its
Yeah.
shuttle. It'll take you from North to South. By the time you do that, you're 2 hours from
Yeah.
taking the train. You're waiting.
So I remember guys, you be in a meeting with guys, and they said, my train's in 5 minutes,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they just rush right
You
out.
leave, yeah,
Right
there's a-
out of the train,
There's
yeah.
definitely a set time to get out of
Yeah.
get out of Dodge. Get home.
This was sent to the town engineer, so.
What's the yellow highlighted stuff?
Yeah, I know.
That's the-
Yeah,
that was the
yeah,
missing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was missing information that.
That wasn't in there, we've added?
Right. and
Okay.
That was the, I think one of the
Hey,
miscellaneous
I already
bylaws,
seconded
so.
the motion. How about
Good
that?
job.
so-
All right, let's make sure that happens. All right, let's stick with that.
Let's pretend that's Xed out.
So, let's see.
So again,
On page 2, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, there's just an extra word TO under Mass General Law, Chapter 249, Section 4, to appeal to this decision. So just cross out that 2 after appeal.
under E, since he has no concerns, I would change, construction is reviewed by town staff.
Yep,
And,
that's 3E, right?
Yes.
3E, so we just need to, who concluded that the applicant has met the requirements of the land disturbance permit, right?
Yes.
And then just cross out the rest. Or see email, no comments.
C memo,
Yeah.
no concerns, and then I'll put the date.
Yes, that would be good. Okay, looks good.
I don't know what you want to do in terms of the performance guarantee bond. That was the.
Yeah, motion to close, yeah.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we get a motion to approve the land disturbance permit for Town of North Andover Grove
Second,
Fields.
you don't have to change a thing.
All in favor?
Aye. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
There you go.
I want to get to midnight, 4-1 on the motion to adjourn.